Hey guys, how's it going, everybody that's on the panel? It's us. We're back again. As you requested, we're back again. We're talking about all the BS that's going on with a lot of stuff. Oh, Jesus Christ, that kiss.
Oh no.
Oh, the iconic kiss. Yeah, you go. Yeah, take a drink, Dylan. Yeah, take a drink. Cause what the hell? Yeah, y'all already know what I'm talking about. This damn kiss.
Even oh my god.
It looked like Kate's
I
dogs hate it. Girl, I don't blame you.
Everybody's worked up about it. Nobody is happy about this. Everybody wants to talk about it.
I mean,
Oh
the problem with
god.
that kiss, the problem with the kiss itself is it doesn't even matter if it was between boy and girl, guy or guy, girl or girl. The
Yeah.
setup of that entire kiss is the problem, more so than Superboy kissing, Pink Twink bitch. Oh God, ugh! It makes me want to rip the page. It makes me want to
Doesn't it
rip
make
the
you just
page.
doesn't it
It
just make
does.
you so overcome with love and
No,
romance and desire?
no, it doesn't. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Like, oh, it made absolutely no kind of damn sense why we got this damn kiss in the first place. That's the thing that's pissing me off the most is we got a kiss that wasn't earned at all.
Yeah.
And I don't care what nobody say. Y'all can be like, oh, y'all wouldn't be saying that if it was if it was heterosexuals. I would say the same damn thing. Because first off,
It would
did
just
you
still be ugly.
did you see how creepy that
Yeah.
was? Did you see how creepy
Awkward,
that was?
creepy,
Like
weird.
when he woke up and Jay was standing there in the dark, I would have been like, and I'm out. I'm out.
Exactly. That was how I felt when I read it. I was like, okay, what else do you have? And it was just like one more page flip after that. And like I mentioned, like I think we were talking about it on the comments in my own video on it. Like you could just tell Tom Taylor was just writing the story to get to that point. Like he
Yeah.
didn't care about any of the other like all that other shit he was doing beforehand. He probably thought that up like after he had already written the kiss scene. He was like, what else can I have him do? Because there has to be like a couple more pages besides this kiss. So what else can I have them doing? Oh god.
I don't know. I have absolutely no idea what the plan was with the kiss at all.
No
And
plans.
that bothers my spirit the most is like what are we doing with this kiss though? There was no build up. I didn't feel no chemistry between them at all. Like
Nope.
any like if y'all really want to look at an LGBT couple that actually did it, where finally when they did kiss, it made sense. Look at Young Avengers. Look at Young Avengers all the way up to Children Crusade, and we had that whole build up between Wiccan and Hulkling where you actually saw the chemistry between it, where it wasn't just issue number 3 they kissed. No, it was a
Mhm.
slow build up, but it was well worth it because we understood. We understood. Like
Yep.
first off, you're saying that John is confused at this point. He doesn't know. So okay, so shouldn't this wait until like issue 20 of the run where we
Yeah.
finally kiss? I'm sorry, and I know some people are probably gonna be like, "Well, if it was heterosexuals, look. I'm sorry you don't like this LGBT community, but when it comes to readers who aren't LGBT, you can't just have them kiss all of a sudden without build up. For
Yeah.
us, we can buy a heterosexual couples. Even some of them are terrible. There have been some terrible heterosexual couples that they have tried to force on us, and we
Well, yeah.
reject them every day. All right. But when you're doing a same sex, you gotta be more tender with it. You can't just throw it out there. It's kind of like the second season of Empire on Fox. I know nobody probably haven't seen it, but it had what's that boy name? Juicy Smollett. Juicy was in there. And what happened is, the creator, he's bisexual too. And at the end of season 1, Jamal, said that he was LGBT. And everybody was like, okay, cool, whatever. We already knew it. But when season 2 came, they threw us straight in there. They threw us straight in there. The first 2 episodes was so gay that the ratings had dropped because everybody was like, whoa, 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 what is this? And that's what it felt like. Whoa, whoa, what is this? Like we knew that they're supposed to kiss, but there was no build up. It was too quick, and it was only here just so Tom Taylor can pat himself on the back and be like,
Yeah.
"Look at what I did. Look at what I did." And I'm just like, "No, you didn't do anything. You creeped us out. That's what you did." And made me believe that Jay Nakamura is literally a villain that's using John Kent, and John too stupid to realize that he's being used by this boy. I'm just being honest. I don't know. Maybe y'all got other thoughts about it, but that's what I'm feeling. That's what I'm feeling.
I mean, that's what I'm seeing too. And like the thing with it is too, like I'm looking at this, and like you kind of mentioned with that Empire thing, like whenever they do stuff like this, where it's like, oh, we're gonna have two like same-sex characters kiss, it's like, okay, everybody's like, oh wow, that was really nice, like they'll applaud, and then they just go straight into Geisha, and everyone's like, well, hold on. We said we were happy for them, but we don't need to see everything that they do, and you don't need to make every episode or every issue after that just nothing but gay stuff. Like, I get the feeling moving forward with this storyline, like if you can even call it that, every time that we see these two characters together, they're gonna end up kissing, like at least once. Like it's gonna become a requirement or some shit. That's the feeling I'm getting from this.
And of course, they're going to be like, "Oh, you guys don't say anything when it's the heterosexual couples." Newsflash: not every heterosexual couple even kiss in every comic book. So what are you talking about?
Yeah,
I'm just being honest.
They actually show like their actual attraction to each other, or at the very least, one of them will admit, like, I'm attracted to you in some way. Here, we never saw that at any point. Like the closest we got to that was like this kid going over to like eat dinner with the Kents, which I mean, I've had plenty of friends come over and eat dinner with my family. Like that ain't shit. That none of this meant anything like at all romantic. And then all of a sudden they just like shoehorn in the kiss, like, oh, here's the gay part. And I was like, all right, I didn't need you to just like shove it in there right in my face like that.
I mean, I need Tom Taylor to go and listen to the Parachute song "Kiss Me Slowly," because that tells a whole entire story in that 4-minute song that Tom Taylor completely missed. I'm like, Tom, you can't just do it. You gotta build up to it. You gotta build up.
Oh my gosh!
It's like you forgot to spit. You just said, "And we're going in hard." Like
exactly, just shoved it in raw dog. Like there has to be, number one, I need some foreplay. Number two, you're not coming in dry. That's not how we do none of this. You got to build it up. You got to ease it in, and you got to make it feel good. None of this felt good.
No, it really felt like this was for Twitter. It really. I'm going to be honest with y'all. It really felt like it was not for comic book fans, and it wasn't for fans of Superman. I don't know who. It was literally for people who always wanted to see a LGBT Superman, and they got it. Congratulations! I'm happy you guys got it, but
I don't. It doesn't even mean all that much. Like as much as they want to act like this is such a momentous occasion, I'm like, y'all really don't care that much. It gets to the point where they think, oh, well, this is something that hasn't been done before, so we're going to go ahead and do this because now like people are going to want to buy this issue, right? And then people like speculators and shit are going to be like, oh, everybody's going to want that issue where the first time Superman ever kissed a guy and shit. It's like, no, like if you look at the story, there's nothing good in there. The only thing y'all are buying and selling off of is the fact that this has never happened before. Like that's it. It's got no other type of like value to it besides that shit.
Yeah, and that's really my problem is when I opened up the comic book, I really thought that we were gonna at least get some kind of story, and we really didn't. All we got was John's overpowered. Now he's gonna go save everybody, and he has a stupid mask on his face for whatever damn reason.
He's fucking Superman. He can't get sick unless there's kryptonite, or magic.
I know he can't get sick. You know he can't get sick. Most people know he can't get sick except for DC comic books.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And it's like it doesn't even make sense if they were trying to say like, well, he doesn't want to get anyone else sick. He'd have to get sick himself before he was even able to spread it. It's not like any of these viruses can actually latch onto him. Like, what is he spreading to these people? It's nothing but just like virtue signaling.
It's just like that scene when Superman really did get sick from a alien virus. It was an alien virus that wasn't from Earth, that got him sick. And it was funny because it was Ma and Pa Kent, and he was like, "Ma, how is he sick? He's never been sick a day in his life. We never had to take him to the doctor for anything sick." And then we find out it's because he had an alien parasite thing that was making him sick. But if that's not happening with John, why is he having a mask on his face? They can't get sick. And I know some people are going to be like, well, he's half human, half kryptonite. So is Connor Kent, and he still can't get sick. So, again, what's y'all excuse?
They make no attempt to like keep up with any type of continuity. I mean, even in this damn story, like on one page, all of a sudden this kid's wearing shoes. The next one, he's all barefooted. Then you turn the page again, he's got his shoes on. I was like, is this motherfucker like phasing in and out of his shoes too for some reason? Like, what are y'all doing? Y'all couldn't even be bothered to look at the art and make sure that it like had some sort of flow and continuity within this issue. Like, they couldn't do that.
My thing is, I want Shadowcat from the Marvel Universe to come all the way to DC Universe and phase her hand through his heart and snatch it out. Oh, she can phase, baby. You can't phase through her phasing because she phasing. She phasing your heart out of your body. Praise God, he's dead. God, he's dead. Thank goodness. Because I can't deal with this character anymore. He's not likable. And that's even worse when you can't make me be like, okay, I can see something. I can't see anything with Jay Nakamura at all.
Agreed.
No.
I don't
think DC thought it would be interesting to give Superboy a fucking pink-haired moron for a boyfriend. Come on, if you want to do something good, at least make him attractive. So like all the fangirls can be more like, oh my god, two hot guys are getting it on, that kind of thing. But no, it's like, you can't do anything with him. You can't kill him. You can't get rid of him. We're fucking stuck with him.
Yeah, let's go back on what Dylan said in his video. You said that they made them skinny tweak bitches. Yeah, that's a problem. That's definitely a problem. If this is supposed to be, I mean, hell, Connor Kent at 17 years old had more body mass than John Kent does, and he's 17. I'm confused. Why you skinny, boy? Why you skinny? And you are directly from Superman and Lois, while Connor was created in a tank. Why he got more muscle mass than you do at 17?
That's what I'm trying to figure. I'm like, you look at Clark Kent, this is like a corn-fed, like Southern boy built like a damn barn house and shit. And all of a sudden his son comes out like a matchstick. I'm like, how did y'all do that? Like, it doesn't make any sense. I'm like, I'm tired of this like feminized, super skinny type of gay boy that they make all the gay boys like. You look at any gay character, they're always all skinny. North Star, Wiccan. Well, I mean, Hulkling is a little bit different, but that's because he's always all hulked out and shit. But I mean, everyone else is that.
Yeah. North Star had muscles though beforehand. Well, I mean, the current writers that draw them, it's like they forgot that they had muscles and they were like manly men too. And that Hulkling and Wiccan solo run that Marvel's doing right now, trash. It's like somebody threw up the rainbow and was like, look how gay we are. And I'm like, I see it. I knew you were gay. I think a lot of us knew you were gay. But damn.
That's where I'm at too. I'm like, we saw you kiss a dude. We get it. You're gay. You don't need to spend every page and every panel like reminding us that they're gay. We saw, we know, we got it. Now tell us the story.
No, they said fuck that. See, comic books, I'm gonna need y'all to go and look at the Authorities and DC Rebirth run, little mini run of Midnighter and Apollo. When I tell you them books were gritty and still had the center of Apollo and Midnighter in them, and they were gay as hell, but they were men. They were men.
They're still dudes, and like that's the thing I love about like Apollo and Midnighter's like dynamic. The way that they are with each other, it's like they're still, you can tell they're very much in love, but they don't really do that whole like cutesy bullshit of like, oh, you're so cute and shit like that. They're still very much like, they'll call each other out on their shit. Like Apollo calling Midnighter out on being extreme and shit.
I know Apollo loves to be cutesy with him, and Midnight would be like, kiss ass.
Yeah, but, he's just like, he's like, dude, we got shit to take care of.
but I'm gonna give you some when we get home though. And that's why I love you though. Like it's funny if you read the runs, Apollo is always being cute with Midnighter, but he's serious with everybody else, and then when he gets with Midnighter, he becomes like a little schoolgirl bitch, right? And Midnighter's like, get away from me, but I love you, and he doesn't want to let his guard down in front of everybody because he's like, Apollo, you know I am the badass around here. I can't be all cutesy with you behind closed doors, and I'm just like, you guys are so stupid. But it didn't come off. It didn't come off awkward. It didn't come off weird. It didn't come off as pandering. It came off as two characters who were great characters to begin with, who just happened to be screwing with each other, and nobody said anything. Nobody said anything at all. But now we gotta let everybody know every other second. I'm gay. I'm gay. Yes, we know. But did I tell you I'm gay? Yes. Did I tell
several
you
times?
Did I tell you I like boys? Yes, you did several times. Do you want to see? Do you want to see a video of us kissing? Not really. But you want to show me anyway?
No.
And here are pictures of me and my boyfriend when we met. Yes, you remember that day? Yes, I was there on that day. Yeah,
we all saw it.
Yeah,
we had all seen the whole thing. Like, I don't get where they're coming from with that. I'm like, and you, like you mentioned, like there are people who are like, well, but we've had to see straight couples like hooking up before, and we've had to see straight kisses. It's like, yeah, but number one, that's the majority of the population, and for another thing, it's not that out of place. You watch TV, you watch movies, you listen to music, like all of that is like centered around that type of like romantic dynamic. That's not so strange. Like we are used to seeing that just coming up regardless. Not everybody's used to seeing like gay people kissing and shit. So maybe calm down if some people are like, well, you know what? I don't really want to see that. That's fine. I mean, I get it. I totally get it. You're not used to it. And I don't expect you to be.
Yeah, but they want us to, and they're going to force it until we comply with it. And if we don't comply with it, we're these terrible people. And it's just like, no, you're not going to tell me to like something. I'm sorry. Matter of fact, I'm gonna bring in Disney on this one because even Disney did their first LGBT relationship on screen. It was the most slowest burn shit ever, though, and it pissed me off because it canceled the show after they officially became a couple. But it's not the show. It's not because it was the gay couple. It was for some reason Disney been canceling their shows after the third season any damn way. So whatever, but they treated those characters actually better than what DC and Marvel has been doing to their characters of lately. And I hate to even say that because Marvel is owned by Disney. That's what bothers me the most is like Disney. This isn't the first time Disney's done this too. They did it with ABC Family with the Fosters, where they actually had a lesbian family where both moms had this mixed, diverse family of kids, and one of their children happened to be LGBT. And I'm just like, I don't understand how Disney can make two shows that actually can tell gay characters well, and it wasn't forced. Nobody was upset. But then when you're doing comic books or movies, you do it in such a pandering way that it confuses me. I don't understand that. I don't understand that.
I don't get it. Yo, but shout out to the Fosters. That was an amazing show. I remember I started watching that from Jump when it first came out. I was like, this is a great show. I wanted that house so bad. I wanted to own that house they lived in.
Though. I'm not gonna lie.
Right? Man, I was like, they got the nice like manicured garden. Like they got everything.
Yeah. The only thing I was mad about is when they forced Lena to have a miscarry, sort of. Like she always wanted a baby, and then the actress was pregnant in real life. Those are storylines that piss me off. Is when the actress is pregnant in real life, and then they make the actress pregnant, but then they make her lose the child, and I'm just like, why?
Yeah.
Why did you do that? She's pregnant in real life, and she has twins. Why did you kill off this character, or why did you kill her baby off? Like
Like that's got to be weird for like a new mother. Like she has her actual babies at home, and then she has to go and pretend like, oh my god, my baby died. Like that has to fuck them up at least a little bit mentally.
Yeah. I mean, it was a great show, to be honest. It was a
That
great
really
it
was.
was a great show. I believe the Fosters came out in 2016, I believe. Don't quote me. Don't quote me. No.
Yeah, I was like, I
It's
can't
been
remember
it's been a
when
while.
exactly it came out,
It's been
but
a
I do
while, but
remember watching it.
the
Man, that
problem
show.
with the Foster show is that it focused too much on Callie,
A little bit, yeah.
the female foster child that they had. It
Mm.
focused on her way too much. I was just like, all right, her little brother is gay and he has a best friend that we don't know. He might be, might not be, but they have a cute friendship. And why are we not focusing on this character? Why are we not? We always focusing on her. She takes up 95% of the episodes. Push her ass aside. Let's focus on the little brother. Like,
Boy, man, when they had that whole storyline with Jude, and just from the second they even started to hint at it, I was like, he's gonna be gay, isn't he? He's about to be gay.
yeah.
And not only did they make him gay, they made him ultra gay. They made sure you knew this motherfucker was gay, like having him painting his nails and all that shit. I was like, what's next? He gonna be sneaking into a drag club? I was like, y'all going a little
Well,
too heavy-handed with it.
you know what's so funny is his original intent. They wanted him to actually to be a trans character, but the producers thought it was too much. So
I mean,
in early
yeah.
episodes, it was supposed to be hinted at that he might have been into it, but then they kind of explained that it was him experimenting to think that because he thought he might be a girl, but he's not. He's just into guys. That's all it was. And I'm just like, thank God, because I don't know if I could have handled that.
Yeah,
I don't know.
That would have been too much.
I would like, all right. I'm not about to watch a child transition. We're not about to do that.
No.
We're not about to do that.
This is still ABC Family. We're not about to do that to these kids, man.
Like I can go with the child being LGBT, sure. But when you cross that line where he's talking about putting himself on the pill and nope.
And didn't they spin off a show from the Fosters with Callie and one of the sisters?
Good Trouble.
That's right.
And the only time I went back to that show is when they brought Jude back because his former best friend, who was his first love, Connor, came back on the show, and I'm just like, can y'all get back together? can y'all get back together?
Y'all were a cute couple. Like let's keep it where it needs to be at. Y'all work together.
They were best friends in real life too.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Nice.
And then some stuff happened. Some stuff happened between them that kind of ended their friendship, but then I think they're building their friendship back up. But the actor who played Connor, Gavin, I think he became disillusioned with Hollywood because of all of that and stuff like that. I don't think he's doing any more Hollywood stuff. And I'm just like, oh, that kind of sucks though, because I definitely could have watched a spinoff of them two coming in their own with like my thing is I don't care about Callie anymore because the Fosters gave so much for her that I'd rather have saw a spinoff for anybody else but her ass. And I was like, great. Which is kind of crazy when it's written by gay people. That makes me even, that kind of almost annoys me too when you have a show that's written by gay people that y'all can't seem to get y'all own gayness right.
I know.
How that work?
I don't understand. I'm like, how do y'all? Is it because y'all are trying too hard? Like they finally get to be the ones in charge. I'm like, oh, we're just gonna fuck it up. I'm like, hold on a minute. Pretend like you're not gay and you're trying to write something faithful, but then remember, oh, I am gay, so I actually can speak with an authentic voice and actually come at it from that angle. No, instead they're like, oh, we're just gonna lean into all of like the weirdest gay shit. And I'm like, now you're making us look bad. Now you're making us look like we don't know how to write shit, and I don't appreciate that.
And I think Tom Taylor tried to get into the gay mode when he wrote the character, and that's what we got, and that's why we got this lame ass kiss.
Yeah.
You know,
that's what I'm wondering. I'm like, Like, I know that Tom Taylor has to know some gay people. He has to. Like, at least one or two, especially if he's writing this shit. He has to know at least a couple. I'm like, did you consult with any of them on how they ever got into a relationship? Because I'm fairly certain it was never like this. It never happened this way. Like, he never talked about, like, the gay dudes never talked about it with the person they wanted to kiss. They just acted like a friend and then kissed him. Nah, I don't buy that. Yeah. I don't buy that's how that happened.
You know what would have been more realistic if they kissed and John was like, I gotta go. You know what I'm saying? Or and then Jay was like, did I read the room wrong? And John's like, I don't know, or something. Like, that would have been more realistic than, because see, that's another thing that kills me is in these stories where they do an LGBT character, everybody has to be accepting of it, and that's not realistic. That is not realistic. Like, John went to his grandparents and brought some pink-haired bullshit boy up into their house, and you mean tell me Jonathan Kent, raised in Central America, Christian values, you really think that man would have looked at that boy and would have been like, what the fuck is that? Who you just
I mean, at some point, like, yeah, Grandpa should have looked over at Grandma, like, giving her that side eye, like, is this what's going on? Like, I know what it looks like, but is that what's happening? All right, okay.
Did I miss something? Did I miss something? Ma, he better not come up in here with that bullshit. He better not come and say the words to me, because I'm gonna beat him up. I don't care if he is super strength. I got my kryptonite brass knuckles, and I'm gonna beat the hell out of him. Saying, I triple dog dare you. Say it. Say, Grandpa, I am. The next words better be, I'm straight. Say it.
And that was why I was like, with that whole scene, I was like, that should have been where y'all actually, like, revealed something, or had, like, when he ran out to the barn after, like, Jay embarrassed himself and shit in front of, like, Lois and Clark, like, that should have been, when he ran away, that should have been like, well, you know what, I just don't want to look bad because, you know, I actually kind of like you or something. That would have been when you start introducing that shit, and instead they're just like, nah, we're just gonna pretend like nothing happened, like everything's fine. I was like, come on now.
Yeah, it wasn't realistic at all. Kansas was a homophobic state. Well, they're not really homophobic. It's just that they're Central America. They're not raised to see anything but what America was founded on: truth, justice, the American way, man and wife, husband and wife, kids, grandkids. That's it.
It means everyone in that area is, you know, a Christian. I can say, because I live near there. So
yeah, like, nobody. It's not about them being homophobic. It's just about they're raised on the normality of actual United States sensibilities. I'm sorry to tell y'all this. You know, it ain't about. They don't. That's to them. That's some weird hokey dokey, anti-American, anti-Christian stuff. I mean, because that's what they raised like, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's just how they are. Just like when you go to another country, not every country is going to agree with what we're doing. So it's weird that you're trying to force it and try to tell people that they're wrong for what they are, or they're homophobic. No, they're not. That's just not what they do. That's not what's normal for them. You know, that's why I was saying, like, that's why I don't want Superman and Lois to even try to hello, how's it going, everybody? I am so sorry. I completely forgot to say hey to everybody. Hey guys. I know. I just looked at the messages and I'm like, oh crap, I didn't say anything hey to everybody. I'm quite sure everybody don't make comments. But anyway, what I'm saying
is 28 minutes and we're like late about it.
Yeah, we just hit the ground running, so there's nothing wrong with that.
I am terrible. But you know what I'm saying is it's just, that's why I don't want Superman and Lois to do it to John Kent, because it wouldn't be realistic. Like, okay, let's say John Kent was bisexual, right? Okay, cool.
I mean, technically, in comic terms, they're gonna confirm it every freaking time, because if they don't keep it that way, they're gonna get death threats from Twitter bitches and be like, okay, he's fine, whatever.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, first off, the actor's not comfortable. You can tell the actor's not comfortable.
Oh, you're talking about Smallville. Okay.
I'm talking about Superman and Lois. The actor,
not Smallville. Keep mixing up names.
Yeah, Jordan Creases. He plays John Kent on the show, and you can tell that boy's not into it. I already know.
No.
Like when that interview, he was trying to be cool about it, but he's not into it. But what I'm saying is, okay, even if they did make John Kent bisexual in Superman and Lois, what would be the odds that he would run into another LGBT person out of nowhere?
It's very small. It's very
Exactly.
small.
And my thing is, why would I want John to go through that? As a person who actually, as a viewer, and as a person who actually liked the character before, I mean, I liked his character in Superman and Lois, even though he could have some superpowers. That's another topic for another day. But I'm just saying, why would I want to see him struggle and be lonely? Because I have a follower that's on my Instagram. He's LGBT and he lives in Oklahoma. He lives in Oklahoma, and I don't know what city he stays in, but he always talks about how lonely it is being the only LGBT person. And I couldn't imagine how painful that is. And I believe that sucks. That does sucks that he lives in a state where he barely could find anybody. You know what I'm saying? And you think I want John to go through that? Like no.
Oh no.
No, I ain't, because we know they're not going to put them in Metropolis, because the whole show is supposed to be a family show based in Central America. So I'm sorry, I don't want to see that character go through that kind of pain, because, like I said, I have a follower. When he does talk about it, you can kind of see like he's trying to be. Oh, I don't care. Not that he don't care, but he's trying not to be sad about it. But it kind of sucks because your whole family, your whole life is there, but you can't really be who you. I mean, you can be who you are, but you're not around people who are like you. And when and then he took a trip to LA, and he had some friends there, and he opened up. He brightened his. He was so happy, the most happiest he's ever been. From because again, he shares his story, he shares stuff on there, and I see it, and I'm just like, well, hell, why don't you just kind of take the leap of faith and actually go to LA? Even without your family, I understand it's a sad thing, but I'd rather you go there than to be in a state where you can't get it. You know what I'm saying? I don't think I'm being mean or malicious about it. I think I'm actually thinking I'm thinking on it on a logical sense, where why put this character in a state that might be 2%, maybe 2% LGBT people there, and even then they are few and far between. There is no way John would just randomly run into one. And then if they did make him LGBT, and if they did introduce a character that was LGBT, you could tell that would have been pandering.
Yeah.
Because wouldn't that be weird that all of a sudden John comes out the closet as bisexual, and then the next episode here's a guy who just happens to be LGBT? What are the odds?
I don't know. It's just that's what I'm kind of thinking too, because like you said, the actor, you could tell when they were asking him about that. Like if he heard the news, he was like, "Yeah, that's really cool for the comics and everything." But I mean, for us, like my character on the show, we've established that canonically he is straight. So I mean, at least for now, that's the way it is. And I'm like, okay, like you said, you can tell he just doesn't want that to be the case, and that's totally fine. Like not every actor has to want to play a gay character. So I mean, I'm totally fine with it if they just like leave him straight. They might share the same name or whatever, but they've already also established he's not the one with powers in the show. So they've already done that with Jordan. I mean, they have Jordan. If my money was going to be on anybody being gay, it would have been Jordan. But I mean, I'm totally fine with John just remaining the way he is. He doesn't need to change.
Yeah, because then, like you said, it will feel like it's pandering. It will feel like, oh, you only did it. We only know you did it because the comic books did it, and you didn't do it. And that's my thing too. With another thing is like when I heard people was trying to demand that, and I'm like, oh, now you want to try to use comic book canon, like because everybody was like, oh, but it's canon in the comic books. No. Pick a struggle. You can't use is comic book accurate when it comes to sexuality, but when it comes to race swap, when it comes to costume, when it comes to story, when it comes to personality, y'all say screw through the damn comic books. But then when it comes to sexuality, but it's canon in the comic books. No, 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 no.
Yeah, everything can be changed except for what they like. That's the way it
Yeah,
goes. If they like it, then
no.
that has to remain always. That's concrete.
Right. No, I'm sorry. I rebuke it in the name of Jesus. I rebuke it in the name of Jesus. Like, no, because I mean that's not fair. Because if you're going to change the character's sexuality, then you need to give him. You need to give him his. You need to give him jet black hair. You need to give him his superpowers as well. Jordan Kent doesn't need to exist at all. At all. I'm just being honest. If you really want to go with comic book accurate, Elizabeth Tolston, who plays Lois Lane, needs to be recasted because we need a Lois Lane that got boobs, body, and ass. I'm sorry. She got the spunk. No, she got the spunk of Lois Lane. But,
that's true, yeah, she does.
But baby, you missing boobs and ass. Where that? If we really want to talk about comic book accuracy, and then right now Superman is wearing underwears. Look, Tyler, I like you, but you ain't wearing the undies. You ain't wearing the undies. And I don't hear nobody. Well, he is based off of the in current continuity. He is wearing the trunks. Put on the trunks. I mean, if we really want to nitpick, if we really want to choose when we can do stuff, then you know what I'm saying. I mean, I'm just being honest. You got to revive. You got to revive the mom. You got to revive the mom because the mom can't die. She can't be dead. Superman can't be without one of his parents. That don't even make no sense to God gave. So you gotta revive her. You gotta recast Lana and her entire family because her entire family should be white, not Latino. I'm trying to figure out now what the hell is Latinos doing up in Kansas?
That's kind of random. And it's not just any Kansas like big town or city. Like this is Kansas like little town like farming community. I was like, where the hell did you come from?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I can see the black people, but a room? What you doing? Hey Latinos, what you doing? It was already weird. I mean, and then it was weird when they had that random Chinese family. What are you doing here? Baby, you intelligent. Get out of here.
It's weird. It's a lot of like that weirdness, but you can tell it's because like Warner Brothers is like one of those like companies now that they're very focused on making sure they have the right diversity and representation. So they're gonna do all of that.
I mean, I get it, but I'm just being honest. I'm just saying if you want to try to throw the comic book accurate stuff at me, then we can go tit for tat. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And that's all I'm saying. Like, if you want, if John Kent has to be LGBT like his comic book counterpart, then Superman needs to look like his comic book accurate self. Lois needs to look like a comic book accurate self. Lana Lane needs to look comic book accurate. Henry Irons needs to look comic book accurate. Like the list can go on. The list. The list can go on. So you can't have it one way here when it comes to sexuality, but everything else, it's a different universe. Okay, it's a different universe. So that means if I ever do a Midnight on Apollo show and I decide to make them both straight, don't say nothing to me. Mm-hmm. It's a different universe.
Well. Yeah. It's a different if you can take Jimmy Olsen from being a skinny little redheaded boy who's like carries around a camera to all of a sudden being like this 6'7" like black dude who looks like he wasn't he Guardian for a little while in Supergirl? I'm like, y'all gonna do all of that shit, then I mean, we can do whatever.
I mean, I was like, wait. I remember when they had announced his casting, I said, Jimmy, where? That ain't Jimmy. That looks like that could be Jon Stewart. Shut up. Or John Henry Irons. Don't you give me that Jimmy Olsen. Jimmy is not that swole, not that confident. Mm-hmm. And then remember when Tyler came on the show and they were talking about Jimmy, me and Jimmy are best friends, stuff like that, because I know that Clark is Superman. What? Mm-hmm. What?
I was like, how?
And I'm like, aren't you older than Clark?
Mm-hmm.
Look at you. You are literally like an inch taller than Tyler, and I'm just looking like, what is this? What is this?
That Yeah, like none of that makes sense. Like he's supposed to be at least 5 to 10 younger than Clark Kent. Like
Yeah,
what?
it just didn't make no damn sense. Oh, but that reminds me, since we brought up Jimmy Olsen, that fucking Supergirl finale. Oh, it pissed me off. It pissed me the hell off. I know it's a tangent, guys, but bear with me. At the end of Supergirl, Kara decides to reveal her secret identity to the world. She didn't fly off into the future at all. So she's still in the present. They didn't give her an ending. They gave her a wrap up, which was a shitty ass wrap up. Because think about it, Superman and Lois is a spinoff of Supergirl. They're still in the Arrowverse right now. It's still in present times. Kara is revealed to be Supergirl, but in the show, Kara Danvers is also the cousin of Clark Kent. And if Supergirl is the cousin of Clark Kent is the cousin of Supergirl, that means that he's Superman. Hello. I mean, am I the only one? Am I the only one who thought that was a problem? It doesn't make logical sense. And remember, it's not like Supergirl flew off. It's not like she died or anything. She is literally in National City, and she's like, yes, now I can be Kara and Supergirl openly and freely. And I'm like, what are you talking about? I mean, first off, there are consequences to these actions. That means that Barry Allen's identity of the Flash is going to be revealed because they seen you and Barry hang out a lot at Star Labs. It's not going to take a rocket scientist long to figure out the clues. And you didn't even think about it. Lois and Clark have teenage boys that are in high school right now. Do you not understand what could happen if the media finds out that they're the children of Superman? Or that fact that Lois is married to Superman? Like, what was the Arrowverse and CW thinking with that one? Like, that's some lazy ass shit. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I had to rant on that. I haven't really watched it for a long time, but that damn ending pissed me the hell off. Because if you really wanted to send an ending where you didn't have to worry about Supergirl, just send her to the future. Send her to the damn future. Because now they're doing this Flash crossover event, and I'm thinking to myself, where's Superman? Where's Supergirl? Just like in season 1 of Superman and Lois, where's Supergirl? You get what I'm saying? All of these worlds are connected now. They're all in the same continuity except for Stargirl. And I'm trying to figure out, so we're going to pretend like Supergirl and Superman don't exist when they're needed, especially when Clark was going against the Kryptonians and Superman and Lois. Where was Supergirl? And they want to try to use the coronavirus as an excuse on how they couldn't get her at the time, or couldn't. Well, then you postpone until you get her ass in there. You created this continuity of these characters. You can't just ignore it and then think I'm supposed to be okay with that. I'm sorry, as a storyteller, you got to figure out something. You can't use the excuse of the virus was the reason why we couldn't do it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I checked out of Supergirl like a couple seasons back. So I was like, when I heard that it was just kind of like a letdown to like the end of the series, I was like, yeah, that makes sense. Like from where I could tell it was going, I was like, yeah, that's about where I figured it would end up. So I wasn't surprised when I saw you talking about it.
I thought they were going to be smart about it. I really thought they were going to be smart about it because they gave. I mean, like if you read old classic Supergirl comic books, even the 2000 ones, they gave you easy out. These CW. I don't understand why they didn't take it. You know what I'm saying? That's the thing that pisses me off the most, because I just wanted to know how they were going to end her story, because I kind of checked out too. So I was like, oh well, let me watch the final 2 episodes to see what's going on. And it was, first off, it was a hot mess. It was such a hot mess that holy crap. They ought to be ashamed of themselves.
Oh my gosh, don't even get me started about what they like cut out from the like finale, which was like, you know, Supergirl and whatever Luther. I don't know. I haven't watched the show, but
Luther, apparently there's people going around talking about there's a clip of Supergirl and Lena Luthor kissing to finally confirm, but they cut it out because they thought it didn't make any sense. Because it doesn't make sense, you dumb bitches. They're
It really
friends.
Why would they have even written that?
Let's be honest.
Because they wanted to give it to the Supercore fans who've been like harassing Supergirl writers and producers for years. Well, like, you need to make Supergirl and Lena Luthor a couple. They love each other. Can't you see it? Can't you see it? They're really close to each other, so they love each other. Do you see the way that Kara and Lena look at each other? They're in love. You saw when Lena looked at Kara with a little slight of her head in that one episode. That means they like each other. And I'm like, boy, y'all grasping straws for any damn thing. Holy shit.
Yeah. But they do that with everything. Like, it doesn't really take much of anything other than just like a look or just like one statement, and they're like, oh, see, that means that they love each other. I'm like, y'all have anything else? Do y'all have anything that's like actually, you know, of substance, like them actually saying, hey, I like you, or something like that, like more than just a side look or some shit? Like, y'all could do that too. And I'm not even just talking to the fans, I'm also talking to the people who create the shit and say, oh no, that is why we did that like that. Like, do y'all maybe understand you could do more than that? Y'all are the ones in charge of making the shit. Like, maybe put some more substance into the shit you want people to see.
That's true. And it doesn't, to me, it doesn't even make any sense, because don't get me wrong, again, it's the same problem with Batwoman. Almost every character on the damn show is LGBT. I'm sorry. You have Kara's sister who's LGBT. You got Jimmy's sister who happened to be LGBT. You got Dreamer who happened to be LGBT. And there was another character that was on there that happened to be LGBT. And none of the heterosexual relationships lasted longer than a season. So, I mean, come on now, like, come on.
And see, that's the other thing that annoys me. I'm like, if you want to be real, like, let's go ahead and be real about this community, about the LGBT community. Cheating is something that happens a lot. Like, I know it happens a lot with straight couples too, but it's damn near like expected when you're in a gay couple. And I never see them do any of that shit. It's like, anytime you have a gay couple, oh, they're not only are they so much in love, they literally have eyes for nobody else in the world. I'm like, that's not how this shit works at all. It's still plenty of the same stuff, and I've never seen them actually show that and be true to life the way that we actually see it here in the community. Like I said, I'm not proud of it. I'm not even bragging about that shit. But if we're gonna be real, we want to like tell real to life stories, then y'all need to be doing that shit too, because it happens a whole hell of a lot.
Yeah,
and they won't touch it.
They don't mind showing the heterosexual couples going through that shit, but when it comes to LGBT,
yeah. They'll never do that shit. Like, you'll never end up seeing a situation like you had with Arrow, where he was trying to decide between Felicity and, you know, Laurel. You'll never see that with gay couples. Like, there's one gay character and another gay character. Well, they obviously fall in love, and there are no other gay characters around because they never need to have that temptation. I'm like, then this is not true to life. This is not real.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
I think the only show that did that storyline was actually Glee, where they had Kurt and Blaine. I think it was because Blaine felt like Kurt wasn't around enough, and he cheated on him with somebody he had a crush with, and he realized it was a mistake, but it happened because he felt like Kurt wasn't there for him, and Kurt was devastated by it, and they had a whole arc about trying to get back together and shit. And I was just like, it is what it is, you know. If you ain't there for him, he gonna find somebody.
Yeah.
You know?
And that's what I'm saying. Like, they aren't actually, as much as they say they want to show like things that are more representative of the real world and all this shit. I'm like, no, y'all don't. Y'all still just want to tell fantasy and you know what? That's fine. But the problem is, y'all aren't telling fantasy in the right type of way. Y'all are telling shit that's just not even remotely realistic. The thing about good fantasy is you should be able to see and be like, I could see myself living through that. But when you do some shit like that, I'm like, none of this adds up. These puzzle pieces don't fit together.
They don't. And then what? Another thing that bothers me is every show thinks they need to have diversity and LGBT inclusion, and I'm just like, that's not true to life. It's not true. It's not true at all. You cannot have that in every part of media entertainment. Hell, even the video games is trying to start adding that shit in there. And I'm just like, no, it's not realistic. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to tell you this. Most of your player base are straight males and mostly white. I don't understand what people need to understand to get this through y'all heads. Your majority audience of your buy-in audience are straight, white, and male. Yeah, there might be some LGBT people in there, sure. There might be some women in there, sure. And there might be minority people in there, sure. And that might be 40%. Maybe. Generous. Being generous with the 40%.
Mm-hmm.
But to try to accommodate everybody and everything just don't make no logical sense. But you know one good thing about the Supergirl show being off too? Well, there's two. One, Melissa Benoist. Because baby, I am so sorry they did this to you. You deserve better.
No matter she was actually really good at Supergirl.
That's what I'm saying. That's about it. That's about it with that show. She tried her damnedest to make me believe, and I believed her. I believed her as Supergirl. I really did. But she deserved so much better. She deserved so much better, and they gave her that lame ass. Oh my god, they self-sabotaged her. I don't care what none of y'all saying. They self-sabotaged Kara. But it is what I mean, Melissa. And another thing, I won't have to see that damn transsexual character Dreamer. And the reason why I'm saying that is because I've got tired of looking at her fucking teeth like, bitch, you got every part of your body fixed but your mouth. Make that make sense.
You could at least get some Invisalign or something.
You know what I'm saying? Correct your mouth. Correct your mouth. Correct your mouth at least. Every time she opens up her mouth, I'm like, oh my god, I want to punch you in your throat, girl. And then another thing is, how you gonna go and get yourself done and then give yourself less than an A cup? What? If I'm gonna go be a girl, I'm sorry. We're talking about C cup and up. No, I'm sorry. I'm gonna be a bad one.
I mean, that was a choice for sure. Like that was a choice that was made. But hey, if that's what you want to live with, it's not on me. Literally, it's not on me.
I'm just saying, if you gonna go and be a girl, and you've got the option of choices, this was stupid. You got choices, and you said, I'm gonna do less than an A cup. Really? You sure?
Gotta commit. You gotta really commit. If you're gonna do this, you gotta commit.
I mean, god dang it. I mean, at least give somebody something that they can imagine themselves motorboating. If I can't motorboat, you know, if I can't motorboat, you know, it's time for you to get some fat or something up in there, cuz.
I was say at most that's a rowboat right there.
You know, hey, I can't mess with skeletons. Hey. Oh Lord.
Oh God.
Oh, and that goes back. The teeth shit goes back to Kristen Dunst's dusty ass. That bitch. She came out talking about she wasn't getting paid as much in Spider-Man, and she thought about it. And then the producers and stuff took me to the dentist to get my teeth fixed, but I said no. Is you stupid?
I was gonna say I bet you they were willing to foot the bill for you too. Why would you not take that shit? Like, come on now.
I like my teeth as they is, but you're a celebrity. Your mouth need Jesus, just like Tom Hardy's mouth need Jesus. Bruh, how long you been up in the industry and your mouth is still gay?
I was gonna say, and especially like when you talk about that movie too, I'm like, hold up now. The scene that everybody remembers with you is where they couldn't even see your mouth because you were kissing Spider-Man. Every time you smiled, I was like, oh shit.
Right. Like, and then you know what what pissed me off the most is Amazing Spider-Man 2. Yeah, yeah, not Amazing Spider-Man 2. I'm sorry, Spider-Man 2. I love my Spider-Man 2, but Kristen Dusty was a problem for me. I mean, it felt like they tried to age her up in the movie, and I'm like, okay, you aged her up, but then you made her titties look saggy. Her hair's not that bright, voluptuous red. She's wearing clothes that don't even look like tight and snatched on her. Like, what are we doing? What are we
I mean,
doing?
especially when you know that MJ is supposed to be a model. Like, I mean,
Yes,
and they just completely forgot.
yes. Like, hello, MJ is snatched to toe every day, all day, 24/7. No matter what home she grew up in, she would have been snatched to head to toe. And in Spider-Man 2 and Spider-Man 3, Kristen Dunst gave up.
Yeah,
And I'm
there
like,
was no effort in there.
what happened? Well, especially that scene where they was at the they were you remember when she confronted Peter, she was like, tell me that you don't love me. Be truthful with me and I'll leave. And she had on that terrible dress that literally scared her boobs away from each other. And I'm like, ooh, push up bra, Lord have mercy. Like, God. I mean, them things were running from each other. I said, and then I'm like, what happened between Spider-Man 1 and 2 that she just looking dusty? She looking dusty.
She looked tired than a motherfucker in that second
Yes.
movie. Like, damn.
Yes.
Mhm.
Like, oh God, that didn't make no sense. But then the fact that she's even coming out talking about some pay gap wage, and I'm just like, Dusty, come out. Go dust yourself back in the closet until I tell you to come out. Get on. Get your dusty ass on. Get out of here.
I was like, can you imagine being second fiddle in the movie and then being like, how come they're not paying me as much? You ain't doing as much. You just there to react to
shit. Who
shit.
was on the poster? Me. Okay,
Like,
but did you see the title of the movie? Spider-Man 2, not Mary Jane.
Mm-hmm. Like, how many acrobatics and shit did you have to do for the movie, girl?
Right. And even then, even if the movie was called Mary Jane Watson, best believe they would have picked somebody hot and sexy. I'm just being honest, because they knew they was going to have to sell that movie. They were going to have to sell that movie. You know, like I'm sorry. Oh God, Kate, are we making you uncomfortable? I'm sorry, girl.
What?
I said, are we making you uncomfortable?
Well, aside from pulling one of my favorite actors through the mud, okay, fine, whatever.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I mean, look, it's not that I hate Kirsten Dunst at all, but when she comes out and says this stuff, well,
yeah, like
it's something I haven't heard before. So,
well, okay.
I mean, I like her too, but when she said what she said, I was just like, oh, that's how we feel. Spidey defenders, go for it, because you about to get dusted, girl. You about to get dusted. I can't believe you even say anything bad about Spidey.
That's my only thing too. I'm like, this is so far in the past, girl. You should not have brought the gas because you couldn't handle the smoke.
Yeah. Like, no. I mean, don't get me wrong. I like her in Bring It On. I thought Bring It On was pretty cool. She was cool in that one. She was good in Interview with the Vampire. Oh, I loved her in Jumanji as well. Yeah. Like, I mean, it's not like she hasn't done any bad roles or anything. It's just like, it was just like, man, Kristen, why are you coming for Spider-Man, man? Come on now.
I was like, are you really going to be talking about this just because you see how like the MCU is doing? Like, that's what it seems like to me. The people who were like in these movies before, they're like, oh, I was underpaid. It's like, well, you're just saying that now because you see all these other people making millions upon millions. You're like, yeah, man, where was mine's at? And I'm like, you
saw they only made one Kristen Dunst action figure.
That's true. I hadn't thought about that. That's true.
They made
even now.
Toys. Yeah, they made other toys, but they only made the one thing where the piece of brick was about to fall from the building in the iconic red dress that she had on, and that was the only Mary Jane Watson action figure for the Spider-Man franchise film. Because let's be honest, everything else that she wore was dusty and ugly. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. Look, I like Spider-Man 2, but she was a glaring problem in that movie, and I was just like, Lord have mercy. Kristen, what happened between 1 and 2 is the question that I'm confused about.
I just blame the costume designers are just like, oh, let's go with this one. We don't really put enough blame onto them, It's like, we'll just shove her in this dress and hope that it works. And it's like, you're supposed to do something, that shows a little, not so,
You're right. You're right. When she walked on set, somebody should have been like, turn back around. Nope. Turn back around.
Whoever gave you that dress, please.
And matter of fact, hold on, Tom. Why the fuck her hair not bright red? Well, excuse me, she didn't want to, or you didn't want to. I don't care who didn't want to. Red hair. Go back. Like no, no. You're Mary Jane Watson. You have the most brightest red hair ever. Like when I see Mary Jane Watson, I want to feel that moment where face it, Tiger, you just hit the jackpot. Damn, Peter.
See, and that's what I'm saying. Like we were willing to accept all of this. Like, yeah, she might not have given like the perfect like dead on portrayal or whatever, but we were like, all right, it was serviceable. She was Mary Jane. It's whatever. All of a sudden she comes out now and wants to be talking reckless, and all of a sudden I feel like I'm in that white chick scene. You're in the part where like, oh, you want to talk about mothers. Like that's how I feel right now. I'm like, okay, you want to pop off. All right, let's go ahead and have some criticisms.
And then she did, and then it was kind of funny because I heard that Twitter like ran her through the mud. Like they was not having her talk bad about Spider-Man 2 because they were like, nah. You first off, you waited until after the movie did what it did. You waited until you got your residual checks and everything from it, and your little box office ticket percentages and all that kind of stuff. And now you want to talk bad about it? Nah, you missed me with that one. Now, if she was talking about this like Spider-Man 3 press tour, okay,
that's fine.
Sure. I'll let her have it. I would have no problem if Kristen Dunst said what she said, like the stuff she said right now. If she said that during Spider-Man 3, okay.
Let's be honest when it comes to these movies. Like a lot of people can shit over Spider-Man 3 or like whichever they want and say, oh, well, there wasn't this accuracy. And I'm like, just deal with it. At least they tried. They're trying better than what they're doing right now. That's for sure.
Yeah. I mean, you're right.
They definitely put out a movie.
That is definitely a problem that these new fans come out of nowhere, is like they disrespect the time and effort that these other movie studios had to do before Marvel Cinematic Universe was even a thing. Like people have to remember, like Sony and Fox was taking chances. I mean, Universal tried, but then Universal was like, nah, we'll just keep the rights and maybe we'll make a movie, maybe we're not. Who knows? Yeah. We don't care. And
like, they don't understand. Like these people just they don't get, like you said, it's these new fans coming up who don't understand. Like back at the time, the reason why these studios own these properties is because Marvel couldn't care less about trying to do it themselves. They didn't have the money to do it, and then on top of that, nobody else was really trying to. Nobody cared about superhero movies. They didn't think it was something that could be done. Now all of a sudden we know it can be done.
Yeah, like if Spider-Man and X-Men and Blade never happened, we would have never got what we got today. I'm sorry to tell y'all this. Look, no offense. Everybody want to try to talk about Captain Marvel. No, Elektra black booty walked that for Captain Marvel to fly and soar higher and faster and you know what I'm saying? So let's stop pretending like this ain't never happened. Yes, the first Marvel female person to have a movie was Elektra. Like it or not, you can hate the movie all you want to, but if it wasn't for Jennifer Garner walking at I'm sorry, that damn final scene when she put on that damn suit. Woo. But I'm just saying, like, if she didn't take that chance, if she didn't take that risk, it's just the same thing where everybody want to try to shit on Daredevil. If Ben Affleck and Fox didn't take that chance, we wouldn't get MCU Netflix Daredevil. You get what I'm saying? If Wesley Snipes didn't know martial arts and was like, "Hey, Blade's my favorite character, and I want to portray him," and literally went to Fox and went to Marvel and was like, "Hey, we're going to do this Blade movie." Sure, why not? Who cares about Blade? He did. And yet these fans want to talk about all the little trash thing. It's the same thing with like even with the DC stuff. Everybody want to try to pretend like there's never been any good movies before the DCEU. What?
Mhm.
What? There's been plenty of movies. What are you talking
Mhm.
about? WB was taking more chances than damn Marvel was at the time.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
we seen a lot of those, a lot of them backfire in their faces. Whoa, Batman Forever. No, not Batman Forever, but what was the goddamn what was the movie after Batman Forever? No, it was
Oh,
Batman Forever.
Batman and Robin.
Yeah, it was Batman Forever and then Batman and Robin. Because Batman Forever
Yeah.
was weird too. Batman and
Yeah, it
Robin was
was
weird
weird.
too. That was
But I
weird.
mean, I remember from Batman and Robin where like they go when they're fighting against who was it, Poison Ivy, and then like he
Yeah.
pulls out his card and she was like, "Never leave home without it." I was like, "What are y'all? What? No, I know this man did not just do that. Pull out his goddamn credit card like I never leave home with." And they even do a close up on it. I was like, "What the? What are y'all doing?"
That movie brings me so much joy though. I'm not gonna lie. Because as a kid, you know it's dumb. You know it's stupid. You knew it was stupid because all of us kids we had grew up with Batman the animated series, and then Batman and Robin came out, and we all was like, "It's more Batman."
Yeah, exactly. And like I'm one that I used to hate those movies so much more until like, well, I mean, he's dead now, but I remember like Joel Schumacher tried to explain what he was going for. He was like, "Well, I didn't know anything about like the animated series or whatever. The most I knew about Batman was the 66 version with Adam West." He was like, "So I was trying to do that, but I was trying to set it in like the dark world that Tim Burton had established." I was like, "Okay, now that you said it like that,
It
I
made
see
sense.
all of that.
Yeah.
That translates perfectly."
Yeah. And I'm just like, I'm not gonna simply. I mean, Batman and Robin is probably the worst Batman movie in the world. I'm not gonna lie, but god damn it, it's an enjoyable ride. It is an enjoyable trash. It's enjoyable trash. Like if you go into Batman and Robin, just like you go into the Adam West Batman show, you know what you're
You can
getting.
have a good time. Yeah, you
Yeah,
can have a good time as
yeah,
long as you're willing to like accept
yeah,
what it's supposed to be.
yeah. Like it didn't like it's not like the movie was trying to insult my intelligence. It was literally
Hmm.
trying to entertain me, and it entertained the hell out of me. I'm not gonna lie. I had Batman and Robin on VHS and Blu-ray. I mean DVD
Nice.
when I was younger. I'm not gonna lie. I had all the Batman action figures from the Batman Tim Burton movies all the way up until the Joe Schumacher movies. I had them all. I had the
Mhm.
Batmobiles too. I had the coloring books. I had the coloring books
Oh,
that you can't find no more. And
exactly.
man, I wish I didn't throw mine away. Oh God, I love them damn coloring books of Batman and Robin and all of them. Just it was amazing. I'm just being honest. All of it was just amazing. I didn't at least today, like today's movies, it feels like they try to insult the comic book fan, while
Mhm.
past movies they weren't trying to insult us. They were just trying to do the best that they could with
Yeah,
what
they're
they
trying to
had.
actually make it look cool. Like, I mean,
Yeah,
and for another thing, like, especially when talking about Batman and Robin, like, we could talk about his flaws all day long, but there is one thing, well, I also like Chris O'Donnell, but there is one thing that they unequivocally did right, and that was casting Alicia Silverstone.
I would say Uma Thurman as Poison Ivy. She
Yeah,
was
she was
hot.
actually pretty good. I'm
She
not
was
gonna lie,
hot as
she
Poison
was pretty
Ivy. I
good.
was like, I mean, I wish we can get a Poison Ivy like that again. Like the when I haven't seen Poison Ivy be so sexual and so hot since
Yes.
the Batman Long Halloween. Long Halloween
Mhm.
was the first time I saw Poison Ivy in years as Poison Ivy, and I'm like, there she is. I thought we would never see you again. When she came out in the high heels and
Mhm.
the one piece flowered swimsuit and was looking alluring and was just sexy for no damn reason. It's the same thing with Uma Thurman as Poison Ivy. I'm like, yes, and don't get me wrong, we had Batman the animated series, but after that,
Yeah.
when Poison Ivy appeared in anything else, she really wasn't Poison Ivy that I remember. I mean, don't get me wrong, Batman Arkham tried. They tried. That's it. They get a try. I mean, at least
See,
they.
and I'm like, if we're talking about putting an effort, like they definitely did good with her with Poison Ivy, but I've never really been able to excuse the fact that they had someone look as Bane, comic book
Yeah,
accurate on look, But the way that he's characterized, I was like,
Yeah,
that's where you fumbled. You dropped the ball at that part.
yeah, they definitely did. Oh, and I love when the Bat team got their ice vehicles and their ice costumes. I'm like, yes,
Yeah, that looked pretty
yes.
sweet. I'm not gonna lie, it looks sick.
Those costumes were amazing. Yes, we know about the bat nibble and the bat butt. Lord have mercy, I can't believe they focus on their asses. I was like, who dumbass design was to put nipples and ass pads in the bat suits?
That's where I was like, because I know they talked about like, well, we were trying to like be inspired by like Greek architecture. I was like, all right, but y'all didn't have to put the nipples on there.
You
I
really
could understand
did.
you trying to like mold them and shit like that into the suit, but y'all could have left that off.
It was funny when you saw George Clooney, Chris O'Donnell, and Alicia Silverstone butt jiggle in the. I was like, why would you guys do this? It was so.
There's no point.
It was so awkward. Like, I mean, I'm quite sure there were people who were like, "Hello, bat booties," but
Exactly.
But you know, as a kid, you're just like, why did they put nipples on the bat suit? Like, that's what all of us were talking about when we were in school. They were like, you notice why they put nipples on the bat suits? I don't know.
See, and that's what I was wondering too. I was like, and especially like, why did they choose to focus on that? I was like, we didn't really need. You could have just showed them putting on the suit. You didn't need to focus on their chest and their asses. Like, I didn't need to see that.
It was like, you will see the detail we put into these asses and nipples, and we were like, we see it. We saw it in all of its IMAX glory. God, Batman and Robin. Oh God, I can't really say bad things about the movie because it has so many quotable lines though as well. Like as much as it's not a Batman movie, it's so enjoyable. Oh God, like that's the kind. If they made movies like that today, where at least they tried and they weren't trying to insult the fans on purpose, I can give a lot of these movie passes, but today's movies, you know, there was malicious intent behind it, behind the reason for everything that they do, and when they get negative backlash for it, that's when I have a problem. No, you set out and you changed everything about these characters on purpose. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And now you're gonna be like, I don't know why the fans hate it. You know why we hate it. You know why we hate this movie. You did it to yourself. Like,
exactly.
It's crazy.
This was all choices. These are all choices that were made.
Yeah, choices that you made. Choices that you made. And, Dylan, I remember Perch was talking about diverse characters, and apparently Iceman introduced a black drag queen. Since when? Did you know about this?
Yeah, I was watching Perch's video last night. Although I was a little bit inebriated. I will say that. I don't remember all of it, but I was watching it, and like he made a lot of really good points. Like, just oh god, how do I even explain? Like, see, it's shit like that like they put in there because they think that they're somehow making some sort of point, and then people forget about it. Like how people forgot that Barbara Gordon had a transgender like roommate and shit. Like everybody forgets about these things because it doesn't matter.
Oh yeah, she did. She did have one. It was when they made Barbara, they de-aged Barbara Gordon and made her stupid. And I was just like, wait, Barbara, you're the world's greatest detective. You should have already knew that the girl was oh, you're transsexual? Really? Yes, bitch. I mean, even I picked up on it, but hell, look, the story was forgettable. The story was. But
overall,
I'm confused when he said he was like Marvel even in Iceman issue they even introduced a black drag queen. Since when, Perch? That's what I was thinking in the back of my head. Since when? But you know what? I dropped off on Iceman after issue number 3. I said I'm done. I quit. I can't do this no more.
See, and that's my problem with these new comics. It's like they introduce this shit and they expect everybody to like be like, "Oh, did you see that thing?" Well, no, nobody cared. You're telling superhero stories and you're putting some dumb shit that people would only care about if it were happening in real life. Like they don't care about that stuff, and they're not going to remember.
Why is she a drag queen though? Like, what does that have to do with you being a superhero? Why do you need to dress up in drag for that?
I don't know. I guess because they want to. I mean, as someone who appreciates the art of drag, I go to drag shows every so often. I used to. Well, I haven't watched Drag Race in a while, but like seeing all of that, like I see where so many times they're like, "Oh, it's like being a superhero. I get to put on my secret like persona and all that shit." And it's like, okay, but you're not going out to like fight crime. You going out to fucking dance to Beyonce songs and collect dollars. That's a very
Yeah.
different thing. You doing that for you. It's not for anybody else.
It doesn't seem like it's so counterproductive because it's just like, have you guys not seen? I mean, I don't know. It looked like from when I saw the RuPaul Drag Race stuff, it seems like it takes about 300 hours to put on everything.
It takes some time. Yeah, especially like, well, I mean, that's how it used to be. Nowadays, there's this new, and that's kind of why I fell off of watching Drag Race. There's this new strain, and I'm gonna call it that, but there's this new type of strain of drag queens that come out because the way it used to be, like you said, it took time because you weren't just like painting makeup on your face and putting on a wig and a dress. No, it was like you had to do your hip pads, you had to put on like some sort of like chesticles, you had to do all of that, you had to snatch the waist, you had to make sure everything was like looking good, and then you actually had to like go out to the club and shit. Nowadays, it's like, well, no, I just want to like put on this like corset, and then I'm just gonna slap on some little like shake and go wig. I'm gonna put some makeup on my face, and that's it. I'm gone. And you still out there looking like boy body. Some of them have like full on beards and shit that they put glitter and shit. And I'm like, I get it. I get that you're doing something different, but this ain't drag, mama. Drag is supposed to be about glamour, beauty, and they're just trying to like redefine it to all this new shit. I'm like, y'all don't understand this. Y'all don't fucking understand this art form. You're just trying to like deconstruct it because you think that somehow you're doing something new, something inventive or innovative. It's like it's none of that. You aren't doing anything except trying to be lazy with your shit.
Dark Veil? Are we saying? Wait, so Cryptic said that they did introduce a drag queen. It looks like it's called Dark Veil or something, who left their boyfriend in limbo. Well, that's messed up. That's messed up. Oh,
why would you do that type of shit?
What does the drag queen do then? Like, because I'm confused. When Perch said it, I was like, "There's a drag queen mutant." Why?
That's what I was saying too. I was like, who do you think is going to come? I mean, especially when you look at just the gay community that make up such a small part of the total population, and then you look at how many of them actually do drag. Like, is that who you were trying to target with that character? You want the drag queens to have a favorite character? They don't really care that much. Some of them do read comics, but that's an even smaller minority of a minority of a minority.
Cryptic, I ain't about to sit up here and I'm not going to sit up there and agree with that one then because that seems stupid. Let's see. If there was one good concept I can say about Stephen Grace Iceman run is that he introduced the Mutant Pride Parade, which was also the issue that they introduced the drag queen mutant. No. I will punch the X-Men if they ever did a Mutant Pride Parade. Shut up. We all know y'all mutants. Shut up.
Like, I'm just and I'm tired of them like comparing this shit because you get stuff like that where it's like, oh, we need a mutant pride parade, and then you get these other like Twitter professors of comics and shit like, well, don't you know that Stan Lee created Magneto and Charles Xavier based off of Malcolm X and Martin Luther King? No, he didn't. Shut up with that stupid shit.
Several times. I don't know why people keep saying that. I'm like, no. Stan Lee literally tells y'all in 5 different ways in 700 different interviews when they ask him that. He says, no, I did not create them off of that one. Like, no. And they always still run with it. They
always want to like post that one like screenshot or whatever, or I guess just picture of like Stan's soapbox that time where he's talking about racism and bigotry and all these problems. I'm like, okay, that's him talking about his personal feelings, but that's not him saying I created the X-Men for black people to feel this way or for gay people to feel this way. Like, no, that's just him like denouncing things that we all fucking denounce in society.
Right. I don't know. It's weird, but I guess there's a drag queen mutant that nobody ever did it. Yes, guys, I did watch the stupid racist Sneakerella trailer. I don't even. There's a video coming about it, about my thoughts about it. It's stupid, it's racist, and it's tone deaf as hell. And the director and the writers actually erased their social media because they got ashamed for it. How some damn white people are going to be writing a movie about black people as tennis shoes. makes no sense, and it doesn't make any sense for the boy because you have a cell phone. All your dumb ass have to do is take a picture of, hey, I do customized sneakers. You dumb
Like we
bitch.
live in the age of social media. You could just reach down on social media, like, "Hey, y'all share all my shit. Maybe like this girl will notice my design and shit." And then the
Yeah.
part, like, their sneakers, they got laces on them. How did he lose a shoe on the escalator? Like, what the?
My thing is the shoe. The shoe wasn't even interesting. I was like, that's it.
I know. I was like, that's what you
I seen
basically
better
just put.
designs. Seen better designs from a baby.
I was gonna say, I was like, what? Who designed this shit? And you see, like, when they go through the whole montage of him designing the shoe and putting it together and shit, I was like, what did you do? You took some light up Skechers and you added some colors to them.
These are fresh, yo. In what world? In what world? and then did you see when they had the ultimate shoe, the ultimate shoe that they were talking about? And I'm just like, really?
Like that's it? That's all you got.
All right.
Man. Did y'all even consult with people who make shoes to do any of this?
I'm trying to tell you, boy. And that's 2 for 2 for Disney because and then before that they released Disney Stepdad. And I was like, it's a nice gesture, Disney. But again, head so far up your ass you couldn't even think straight. Did you really think the black community would have loved to see a black man take care of Chinese children? I don't know, what was you thinking? What were you thinking?
Using this same property of Cinderella, I'm like, y'all just did that other Cinderella movie that nobody liked, that everybody hated, that musical shit. I'm like, everybody hated it. Why y'all trying to do this concept again? Yeah, that one. I was like, what are y'all doing?
Oh God, Jesus Christ! And then I heard that Camila Cabello done broke up with her boyfriend Shawn Mendes. I'm like,
I heard about that.
And
I was like,
I ain't gonna lie, the LGBT community was like, finally, we have a chance, ladies. And I'm like, I'm done. Those comments were like pure gold. And I'm like, I don't know if they're serious or not, but Shawn, they coming for you, bro. Run.
They are. Like, I've never understood this like obsession with Shawn Mendes. I'm like, what is it? I look at him, I'm like, he's okay, average. Like, I've seen a bunch of dudes who look just like him.
And he feels so bad though. Like he feels so bad because he feels like he knows that he has this gay audience, but then you can kind of tell that he doesn't want to be looked at like that. But everybody kind of puts him in that thing, and they said that that's something that he's always been made fun of, even when he was growing up. And then he gets into the real world, and they're still doing the same bullshit that you were told that, hey, it'll get better. It'll get better.
But apparently, these motherfuckers are never gonna leave you alone. Like, I had a friend like that. Like, he was also kind of like a Shawn Mendes type. Like, he's a cute little like skinny boy and shit. And when I first met him, I thought he was gay, just because like some of his mannerisms and shit like that. I kind of thought he was. And then come to find out, no, he's straight. And I've met his girlfriend before and shit like that. I was like, okay, so you are straight. All right, cool. But he still gets people who look at him like he must be gay. I'm like, damn, like that's gotta suck. Like, I get it. You can look at whoever you want, however you want, but at some point it has to like just grate at you a little bit. Just like, man, I wish they would stop looking at me like that.
Yeah. I mean, I'm quite sure all of us went through some bullshit. And just like, oh God, here we go. But you know, I never cared about their relationship. I'm not gonna lie. To me, I think he could do better than her. I never really liked it, Camila Cabello, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie. I never liked her from how she did the whole thing with Fifth Harmony. I don't care about the story. I don't care what anybody got to really say about it. I just never liked how she went about leaving the group or finding out that she said a lot of stuff while she was young, but she was also around those same people that she was talking about. And I'm like, there is no excuse. You're 15 to 16 years old. Oh, well, she was a little, okay. And she still didn't apologize to her dark-skinned black, girl group member, Normani. Like, where's the apology at the end? If she's really sorry. But I'm
Hold the whole phone. I'm about to send you a link here in the private chat. I just want to get your thoughts on this.
okay.
All right.
Okay. Let me get to it. Oh, let me see.
Okay. Oh my god.
Hold on. Whoa, 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 whoa. No, no.
What? What?
Okay, okay. Woosah. So. Okay, okay, okay. All right, all right, all right. Give me a second, Lord have mercy, Jesus. Give me all the strength in the world right now. Give me
We got to
all.
recenter.
Okay. Okay. Let me share this screen, and then I might have to take a little rant right quick. Okay. All right. Okay. So I'm a share the stupid. Oh Lord have mercy. Okay. Whoo, whoo. Oh, Nicole King, the Asian girl is Poison Ivy. Oh Lord. Oh my sweet mother of Jesus. Oh, 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 oh.
Let it soak in. Let it grow on you.
Whew. Whew. Jesus, why you do this to me? You obviously want me to get angry. You trying my patience with this shit. Okay.
The Batwoman has struck again.
Okay. And you know, I had just recently posted a video about Batwoman because somebody requested that they're doing a Black Joker next. So, okay, all right, okay. So everybody saw it. We all saw Poison Ivy. Are you freaking kidding me? I don't give a damn if she look hot. Why is Poison Ivy fucking Asian? So you mean tell me they got rid of the fucking actress that they had originally cast because they had already announced the actress who was supposed to be playing Poison Ivy, and what they decided to say fuck it? That doesn't even make any logical sense. How does Poison Ivy's virus infects another woman and makes her Poison Ivy? That oh my Lord.
I mean, here's what I'm gonna say, because I see we got people in the chat saying like, oh, she does look pretty hot and everything. For a cosplayer, she looks good. If she were cosplaying and I saw her at a con, I'd be like, damn girl, can I take a picture with you? Because you have it. For someone who's supposed to be on screen portraying this character, you have to miss me with that.
I'm trying to tell you. You first off, let me pull up the legendary Uma Thurman. Cause you're not about to convince me that one looked better than no. I'm sorry. We're not doing this right now. You are not about to tell me that
no ma'am, not on this good night.
Not on this watch. Not on my watch. Not on my watch. I am sorry. No way. No. No. No way. No, we're not about to play this game. We're not about to play this game with y'all. No, I'm sorry. We're gonna share the screen again. And all right. You telling me I'm supposed to let Asian hoe over this deliciousness? Look at that. They made sure that we got Poison Ivy, and then not even that one. We can even go one step further with this one. We can go back to her original costume that they gave her in the movie as well. We can give her. Let's share again. And we're gonna go to the original one from Batman and Robin. Look at that. That screams Poison Ivy. Look, no. No, I'm sorry. That looks like a Poison Ivy. That looked like a cosplayer. Look at that. Shoulder pads and no, I'm sorry. No, I rebuke it. I rebuke it in the name of Jesus. I'm sorry to tell y'all
My
this.
question is on this new one. What are these shoulder pads? Like, it's like they took every shoulder pad from the 80s and put them all up in this costume.
Yeah. Look. People. Get the whole she looks hot though. No. Stop taking the bullshit that they give us. They give y'all a little bit and be like, well, but they no. If she was a cosplayer, sure. But this is supposed to be a portrayal of Poison Ivy. But that's what I'm saying. The whole Batwoman show went off a cliff, went in a typhoon, went down in the the Bermuda Triangle, and kept going, and is still diving under the cliff and the water and drowning every second, and yet nobody's putting it out of his misery. Like, I don't know how Ass do it. I don't know how Ass versus Babyface. I don't know how J Long Bomb sit up here and watch that show because I watched it just for the Black Joker shit. And my mind was so confused because they broke so many lore rules of everything. And I'm just like, what is this?
It seems to me like they decided, oh well, we made Batwoman black. Let's just go ahead and make every other like iconic character black too. Let's make this the black version. This is the Bat Family BET. That's apparently what this is.
I mean, at this point, I mean, and then it was like there was a part of the episode from the previous episode where Mary started saying that she felt like she's becoming Poison Ivy, and she was like, "Guys, I got a secret to tell you. What? You're gay? No, I'm straight. You dummies. You sure? Yes. So what's wrong with you? I'm trying to tell you I'm Poison Ivy, and I'm like, why is this even a scene?
I guess because that's how they want to act. Like they try to normalize the whole like coming out experience by saying like, look, straight people can do it too. It's like you don't have to announce you're straight. The majority of people are like you only ever have to announce if you're somehow different from that. We already expected you to be straight unless like we had some reason to believe otherwise.
Again, Free Fire Pro, shut up with that. Stop with the stop. It doesn't matter if she looked damn hot. That's not fucking Poison Ivy. We gotta stop saying, but no. Stop giving them an inch. You give them an inch, they take a mile. Why couldn't we get a accurate? What was wrong with getting a white woman to portray Poison Ivy?
Oh, but you know Warner Media, Trey, you know them. They have to make sure their representation increases every year, like it says on their equity and whatever the fucking other word, inclusion report. It's increased by a couple percentages.
Oh yeah, that shit
to brag about.
That's what I'm saying, and they do this like with the villains too. I'm like, what? How am I supposed to feel good when you're making someone like? There was a whole bunch of people? Y'all remember when it happened on the Injustice mobile game, where like they made like for fucking one of the days they made Poison Ivy the like villain of the day, and they're like, why would you make the bisexual character the villain of the day so that everybody has to beat her up? It's like, because she's a villain.
Yeah,
like that's the same thing they're doing here. They always make the villains like some other like race and shit. And they're like, don't you feel represented? I'm like, well, he about to get his ass like demolished by Batman, so I guess.
Yeah. Like, oh god. And that's the thing that bothers me the most. That's why and then I love Jorge Jimenez, but he pandered last week and it pissed me the hell off with that fucking at the end of Fear State, Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy came together for the first time in a couple of months, and they had their first on-screen kiss in since 2011, I guess. You know, in the main continuity, it's been since the New 52 or whatever, and apparently when they kissed in that issue, that was DC officially saying that Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy are a couple, and I'm just like, Kiss my ass with that shit. Like, I think people need to understand they need to be separated because Poison Ivy is a character that's been here for 80 damn years. It's not fair that she has to play second fiddle to Harley Quinn. And people love to be like, no, she's not. Yes, she is. Name one thing Poison Ivy done ever since she became Harley Quinn's girlfriend.
Nothing.
Nothing.
A whole lot of nothing.
Nothing at all.
Exactly. Besides die.
Yeah. Like, I mean, and that's where I say, like, it seems like, especially because, like, you're talking about with the Fear State thing, like, all of a sudden, with that whole storyline of having two Poison Ivies, and it's like, well, this one is all the best parts of you, and they're like, okay, well, let's get back together. I was like, okay, so this is that part where you're trying to, like, start her on the bridge to being, like, sort of an anti-hero, like, operating in that gray area of, like, she doesn't want to be a hero, but she's not just trying to kill everybody all the time. I was like, y'all do this shit all the time.
I can't deal with this. I can't keep dealing with this sympathetic villain routine bullshit that everybody likes to try
They just did shit because they felt like, roasting babies over a fire and, causing mayhem because it was fun. Why can't we go back to those days? Like, come on.
Exactly.
At this
I'm
point,
like, I miss the days when you could tell that the villain was the villain because they were doing evil shit, and not just because, like, well, my dad used to hit me as a kid. It's like, no, they just wanted to be fucking villains. You know what I mean? They did bad shit because that's what entertained them, or because it served their further goal, or something like that.
Yeah, and I really want Batman to throw them both in jail. It's time. I don't care, and I don't understand why Poison Ivy and Harley Quinn can't go to jail. Like, hello.
Like, they done a whole lot of shit. Harley Quinn has murdered not only men but women and children. Like, she's done all kinds of shit. Like, she was basically an accomplice to a lot of shit. And if you watch the Harley Quinn show, I mean, apparently she's the actual brains behind the operations and shit. So obviously she's the one who needs to be locked up.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, they keep trying to make this character some kind of anti-hero for the girls or whatever. And I'm like, DC, you cannot market Harley Quinn to girls because this character has killed. She's done terrible things. And that's the thing that gets on my nerves when they're trying to figure out how they're going to market these characters to children.
You don't? I mean, if you really think about it, do you really want to, like, see Harley Quinn from one page being all, like, really, goofy and shit from, like, I think we talked about this in the last episode. Well, not last episode, stream, whatever. And talking about Harley Quinn from being on superhero girls, whatever, and then just not bashing someone's head in or some shit. Like, do you really want that to be your inspiration for a little girl? I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of other, useful heroes or anti-heroes that could, not really do much damage, like kill kids.
Yeah. But my thing is that kills me the most is even then, okay, Batman and Catwoman aren't allowed to do the 69, but Poison Ivy and Harley Quinn are allowed to smuck up comic book covers and pages in comic books. But because we're promoting Batman for kids, so he can't be caught doing that. But you're also promoting Harley Quinn to kids too, and she's screwing Poison Ivy to next Wednesday and up. Like, come on now, like, what are we talking about?
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, people want to complain about, oh, well, growing up, I've always had to see straight couples kissing and shit. I'm like, I have literally seen Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy kiss more times in the last year than I have ever seen any straight superhero couple ever kiss at any point in the past.
Yeah. And it is crazy. It's crazy. To be honest, I'm not going to lie to y'all. I know some people enjoy it, but after this season, I want Harley Quinn to go. I want the show to be done.
Yeah.
It's a bad
I'm surprised it got renewed again.
Yeah. It's a bad message. And I think what really killed me, even more so than anything, is her interference with Kite Man and Poison Ivy. I was like, I can't respect this show, and I can't respect Poison Ivy. I can't respect Harley Quinn. I can't trust their relationship because she self-sabotaged Kite Man and Poison Ivy. Like Kite Man was really trying. He was working his best. And Poison Ivy finally was liking this character. And here comes Harley Quinn. I'm in love with her. And too bad, bitch.
Like she's in a relationship, and not with a dude who's like beating on her and shit. Like someone who actually, you look at Kite Man and his characterization, like he was actually trying to be in the relationship, and Poison Ivy was always just kind of like acting like Daria and shit. Like she couldn't care less. So I'm like, how is this supposed to be inspiring to anybody? Like, is this what lesbians are supposed to like to be like? Like they just don't give a shit about anybody else but themselves? Like, what kind of message is that sending to people?
Not much, right there.
Yeah.
That being gay has its privilege.
Apparently so. It ain't never gotten me a house or a car, but apparently it's some sort of privilege. I'm like, what the fuck are y'all doing?
I mean, don't you know, Dylan? You guys been impressed. You guys are impressed every day.
Every day. I just wake up and I have straight dudes right outside the door lined up, ready to kick my ass from here until noon and shit. Like,
yeah, they are. They are waiting outside. They're like, you come out here, you flaming homo. We're ready. We're ready. We're gonna beat you up. and then we're gonna make sure that you don't get no representation on TV.
Oh, exactly. We're gonna make you watch nothing but straight couples on TV and movies and shit.
Yeah. Whatever the opposite of that Queer as Folk show and the queer eye to a straight guy. Yeah, you're gonna watch all the straight shows.
Can you imagine that shit? Making me watch straight guys dress gay guys and shit? No, make it stop.
I'm not gonna lie, that would be a hilarious show to watch to see. Here's 4 straight men, and they're gonna help change these gay people's lives. I would have been like, I'm done, but I can't.
I know. I would have been like, y'all need to stop. Y'all doing too much now.
And you know what's so funny is, I would have been like, I'm done, but I'm not gonna not look because this is gold. This is gold. Like.
Oh my god!
Today we're in Texas right now, and we're here to visit Dylan. Yes, he's a bisexual guy, and us 4 male straight guys, we're gonna go into his house, and we're gonna change his life. This is straight eye for queer people.
Queer guy.
Like, what the?
You see me in the background, just like, no, don't take my rings from me. Those are my best ones.
We're gonna get him some steroids. He's gonna be massive when we're finished with him. Rainbows? Oh no, not today, sir.
We're gonna put you in flannels.
Boyfriend? Oh, I'm sorry. You're gonna have to get rid of him. I'm sorry. Dylan would no longer be dating you. We have a new girlfriend for him. Here she is. Her name is LaToya. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like, could you even imagine something? That show would be gold though, because everybody would be like, "Y'all serious?" Like we will all say that it's stupid, but secretly we'll all be watching. We'd be like, "Man, this is gold."
Seriously, I wonder where they're gonna find another one today. Like, oh my god, I fucking wish, because that's basically how it is. Seeing it the opposite way around, I'm like, why y'all trying to teach these men to dress like that? If it's not part of their style, it's not part of their style. Quit trying to make it.
But you know, it would be funny if that show actually existed. There would be so much outrage by the LGBT community. I'd be like, no, we don't say nothing when we let y'all do Queer Eye. We don't say nothing, so you let us do Straight Eye. Let us do like Straight Eye.
They would be so pissed. Even if it was just like played as a joke, they would still be so pissed off.
Oh yeah. Oh, you guys don't want gay people to be gayness and live their fullest. Bitch, it's a joke. Good God.
Yeah. Like, yo, come on now. It's like I always tell people, if you could take a dick, you could take a joke. So calm down. It's gonna be all right. No one's copping for you.
Damn, can we have some fun shit?
I'm saying
that junk is comedy gold right there. That was it's comedy gold, and I'm surprised nobody's done that yet. Boy, that would have been hilarious. That would have been hilarious. And then, oh no, we cannot do eyeliner and colors in hair. We're gonna take him to the barbershop and we're gonna get him a real man's man haircut.
Oh, is they're about to get him a fade up, take off all of the damn makeup off and shit?
Yeah.
Oh.
And now he looks better.
Yeah. Now he looks normal again.
Right. You know what I'm saying? And what are your traumas? And instead of the guys telling you to talk it out, they're gonna go and beat up the problem. Like,
Exactly.
Like, what?
We don't handle shit with words. You can start handling the shit with your fists. That's how we do it around here.
Like, you said you have some issues with the Catholic Church. You say, is the Pope still alive or the person? No, is the church still around? Yes. Okay, boys.
We're about to go pull up. Let's go.
Charge of this church. And then the priester comes out and he was like, "I am." So we heard that one of your boys up in here like to touch boys. Looks like we're going to destroy the church, and they beat up the church and stuff like that. And they're like, "And I apologize to the boy. Apologize. I'm sorry." He said louder. We're sorry. We didn't know. What? Did you say you didn't know? Or we're sorry that we did know and didn't say anything? What?
Boom.
What? Okay, that's what we thought. And don't make us come back up in this church again. And that's how you handle things, Dylan.
Oh, God. Man, I wish I could see this show just once. Oh my God.
Everybody be like, did the fool just go into church and just insult him? Be like, that's how us men handle things, Dylan. Sometimes you gotta beat up everybody.
We get us some results, damn it.
You know what I'm saying? And then we're going to do a quick update. Dylan's life has been doing amazingly well. He's been beating up everybody that looks at him wrong. Yeah. Him and his girlfriend are still doing steady. And he knows he better not go and see his boyfriend again.
That's done. It's over with.
It's over. And he changed his YouTube name and everything, too. We're so proud of him. On to the next gay guy. I'm done with this show.
They need to put us in charge of programming and shit. Like we'll get some real viewers in there.
Oh, have a good flight, Azrael. Have fun.
Oh, you about to get on a plane?
You are going to. 2-hour flight.
Good luck with that.
It's a 2-hour flight too. Hell yeah. Oh, I did see that. What do you guys think that Marvel done did this whole Ironheart thing, and like the media and everybody is bringing it up all over again, which I knew about it. I thought this was an open secret that it came from a Japanese porn. I was like, wait, I thought we all knew this already. And Disney just refused to, Marvel and Disney just pretended like we're just going to ignore it. I just thought they were ignoring it. But apparently it's in the news, the people from the news were shocked. They're like, I can't believe Marvel got it from a Japanese porn parody.
I could swear that I remember hearing about it, but until I saw Clownfish TV's video about it, I was like, "Y'all word? Like that's an actual thing?" And then I saw like the pictures and shit. I was like, "Oh, that's for real." Well, oh shit. I mean, I get the feeling that's probably why they didn't like mention it, because they were like, "Well, if we just don't say nothing, maybe they'll forget."
Nobody forgot. Nobody forgot because it's been brought up several times, and you already know it's going to probably be brought up even more because she's supposed to be getting a show soon, and I'm just like, oh, Disney. Oh, sweet
Y'all
Disney.
Y'all do you.
I mean, I seen it. I seen them. I'm not going to sit here and lie. I seen it.
I still haven't seen it. She saved the day. I still haven't seen it. Like I was tempted, but I haven't actually gone and watched it.
She saved the day, but she also got some snoo.
Well, I would hope at the very least.
They were abusing the hell out of her though. They were. I was like, baby, you got Iron Man powers. Let's go. But hey, it's okay. It's okay. You get that snoo in. You get that snoo in. Like,
all that matters is the day has been saved.
Thanks to Ironheart. And you just see a picture of a lot of stuff on her face. You guys already know what it is. I'm not gonna say it. Oh Lord. I mean, I don't know what Marvel's gonna do. I mean, it's already copyrighted, I think, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how this is gonna work, to be honest. Holy crap.
It's just I don't know why they're still trying to like push the whole like Riri Williams thing. I'm like, y'all gotta stop. Like it didn't catch on with anybody, and just because you put her in a show doesn't mean it's going to catch on with anybody. Matter of fact, I should probably go and look up what was her first appearance in comics and see if I have it. If not, it's probably gonna like go up in value.
I think it was a backup issue in like Invincible Iron Man. Like I think it was like number 4, the 2016 one.
Lord.
And she looked completely different. First off, but my thing is, Brian Michael Bendis, we need to talk about. Matter of fact, Marvel, we need to talk about what y'all think a 15-year-old girl looks like.
Yeah,
outside of a costume. Outside of like it wasn't even like they had her in a costume. It was outside of the costume, where this 15-year-old girl was wearing booty shorts and a tank top shirt, and I'm just like. Are you guys sure she's 15 or is she 17 and up?
I mean, apparently that's what they think. Oh shit! Yeah, of course this shit's already like expensive than a mother. Her first appearance, they got some of them up on here. Granted, these are all CGC and like slab shit, but they up there in like upwards of $400.
Damn.
Yeah.
And it's gonna stay there. I'm sorry. There ain't a. I don't care how much money I can get off of that. I would never put that much money into that. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh, like, yeah, I know.
Riri Williams did get manhandled by Thanos. She thought she was big and bad, and then Thanos beat the hell out of her. Boy, that was hilarious. Because they was like Riri, no. She was like, what are we gonna do? I got this iron suit on. He can't hurt me. And then Thanos grabbed her by the throat, I believe, and literally beat her like she was a nigger on the street. I said, God.
Like she owed him some damn money.
Like, right. He beat the brakes off her. He beat it to the point where her armor was breaking apart. Like, and I'm like, somebody get her out of there. Wait,
come on.
Hold on. Wait, don't get her out of there.
Exactly.
Wait, no, what are you saying? Well, she's dead. She's dead.
Yeah, they can't do nothing with. They can't give her a show or nothing.
Go save her. Damn it,
man. You sure? Can we give it a couple more minutes? I think she's doing all right.
Shit. What's wrong with you? Save her. Fine. Only because you asked me to. Can't never have no damn fun with these damn characters no more.
Oh my goodness. I am almost finished.
Huh?
I'm just almost finished with this. I'm super happy.
I mean, it looks good.
Yeah, it looks great.
Yeah, I was randomizing the color schemes, so I'm just like, okay, I'll go with this color then.
Nice. See, I wish I had me the Adobe collection at home, but I refuse to pay for it.
I get it from student discount for university and shit.
For me, if the Adobe was a one-time only thing, sure. But
yeah, wasn't that how it used to be?
Yeah, it used to be
you could just buy it and then you're done with it. But now they're doing this whole monthly thing, and it's like, or yearly thing. And it's like, no, I don't really think I'll need to pay that much every fucking month or year. No.
Yeah. Like if you're paying, I think it's like $20 and $50 depending on what plan you get. And could you imagine paying that every month? Like, I mean, for me, I wouldn't mind getting Photoshop. I wouldn't mind because I used to know how to do Photoshop, but I haven't touched Photoshop in years because I'm not paying for it. I'm just not paying for it. Now, if Adobe was offering okay, here's the entire Adobe collection for $500 something, I would just pay for it and call it a day. Like, I think $500 something is worth the price of getting everything unlocked, and I don't have to ever buy it again. And they can probably charge me $10 extra if I want to upgrade it. I think that's fair. I think that's fair. That's a
That's
fair
more fair
price.
than anything, to be honest.
Yeah. Just
You
having to
know?
pay for like fucking updates and shit, like that would definitely make sense to me. But having to consistently pay, especially like if they don't want to update anything, then I'm still paying you for what? Just to be able to use it? Like,
Yeah.
nah.
Yeah, that don't make no sense. No, no,
Hmm.
I shouldn't have to pay a company to use a program that used to be available for everybody.
Mhm.
Now it's not. Nah, that don't make the sense God gave. you
I'm not
know,
with that.
no, not me, not me at all.
Mm-mm.
Like Jesus Christ. Oh, let's get into that stupid. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know. Maybe it's me, but yeah. Hey, everybody in the chat. I'm just going to forewarn you. We're going to talk about that Spider-Man Far From Home trailer, and if you guys saw it
I
or
was
didn't
just about
see
to
it,
say, weren't we going to talk about that?
yeah. And if you don't like spoilers, don't listen to anything we got to say. But I'm just gonna give y'all my honest opinions. I think it sucked ass. I think the second trailer sucked all the life out of me for the excitement. I was just like, what the hell is this? What is
I know
this?
I definitely went backwards a little bit in my excitement of it because like after I watched it, I was like, okay, like it's not terrible, but it's not really giving me any more excitement to want to watch it. Like I was already just kind of like about it, and it didn't really give me anything more than that. I was like, I watched it, and then especially knowing that there were people like expecting to see like Toby and Andrew Garfield in there, I was like, they weren't gonna do that. And seeing people grasp for straws and shit, talking about like, oh, you saw that scene with Lizard and Sandman, like that must mean they obviously were in there and they just like cropped them out or like photoshopped them out for the trailer. I was like, are you sure? Because I don't get the feeling that's what happened.
I mean, the problem is this isn't the first time Marvel's gave us a fake trailer as an official trailer.
Yeah.
And then it was like, hey, this is the official trailer. And then you go back and you watch the movie, and then you go back and look at the trailer. You're like, none of this shit in this trailer happened.
Hmm.
Why did you even show it? You know what I'm saying? And for me, for me, this was not the time to hold back because Marvel, your last couple of movie projects been a dud,
Hmm.
and this is Spider-Man we're talking about. Let's go, like let's go. I needed something, and I didn't get something from it because I felt the same way from it as I did in the first trailer, and we still don't really got a story. We get the gist. Spider-Man and Doctor Strange tried to do a spell to make the world forget he's Spider-Man. Now it broke the multiverse. Okay, Kevin, Nate Moore, all of y'all dummies. You cannot do a Spider-Man movie and then do a whole entire multiverse thing and then think people will want to see Tom Holland, Andrew Garfield and Tobey Maguire. That's common sense. You know what I'm saying? Because they talking about I think because Kevin Feige even before the trailer released, like probably 3 months ago, he was talking about the trailer. After the first trailer got leaked, he was like, "Oh, well, I hope the fans don't get excited for the second trailer because I don't want their expectations to be high." No, 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 no. Because what you're trying to do is trying to negate blame for yourself. No, you knew you was gonna put something. You knew you was gonna do something that was gonna piss off the fans, and instead of correcting that, you release it anyway, and then get mad that we don't like what we see.
I get the feeling a lot of people are gonna walk away for that movie like disappointed. I really do.
Yeah,
Like I'm not trying to be negative or pessimistic or whatever, but I really do feel like people are gonna go watch that and they go, like, man, that's not at all what I thought was gonna happen. That's not what you promised us and all this shit. I'm like, y'all
and
gotta
then
lower
he's gonna be like,
expectations.
well, I did tell you guys to lower your expectations. No, no, you don't do no. First off, you don't do no multiverse Spider-Man movie and not bring in another Spider Person. That it just don't make the sense God gave. It don't make the sense God gave. Story wise, logic wise, it doesn't make any sense to be like, oh, we're gonna do a multiversal Sinister Six, and we're gonna break the multiverse, but the other Spider people aren't gonna be there. What?
Yeah, that's gonna be a fail. It's gonna be a
Like
fail.
I'm like, if you're gonna do like, if you wanted to do like a Sinister Six thing, then just if you don't want to put the other Spider-Man in it, just recast all those other parts too. You know, just do
Yeah,
your
you could
own
have
brand new
easily.
thing.
Yeah, they could have easily just did their own. They could have easily did their own and then called it a day, and I would have been fine with that one.
Mhm.
I definitely would have been fine with it, but no, they gotta be like, oh, we gotta do this the hard, difficult way.
Mhm.
And I don't know. I'm sorry, I just wasn't pleased with the trailer. That trailer looked more goofy, and it didn't feel like it was something that I needed to take serious. And I think that was probably the problem too, is that they joked around a little too much in that movie, and especially with the whole Dr. Octavius thing. I was just like, oh god, oh shit, here y'all go with this nonsense. You know what a cool magic word is? What? Please,
Mhm.
please,
I was
Scooby
like,
Doo
when I
this
saw
shit
it,
up. I'm
yeah,
like,
it was
oh,
like, please, Scooby do this. I was like, oh,
oh
stop
Lord,
it, just
Lord,
stop it.
the
Hmm.
cringe, the
It
cringe that
hurt.
was coming from that movie. I was like, oh my brain hurts from it or whatever. And I remember I was talking to one person on Discord about it, and he was like, "Well, I'm excited for it. You can't take my excitement for it away." And I'm like, nobody's trying to take your excitement for it. But let's be honest, Batman and Spider Man, they can dress them up in shit, and y'all asses will be like, "This is the best Spider Man movie ever." And
Hmm.
I'm just that's just real talk. It really is. How many Spider Man? Say what y'all want about Amazing Spider Man, but we all went to go see them. We all went to go see the Amazing Spider-Man movies. No matter what anybody said, they've still made profits regardless of what
Oh yeah,
anybody said. So
oh yeah.
let's stop pretending like we ain't go see them or whatever. I mean, hell, Spider-Man 3 works in the franchise and it made $1 billion. So I mean, like come on,
And
come on,
that shit was bad. Like it was so bad. Like it was
yeah,
still. I mean, considering like
it
some
was
of the shit that
decent,
we've got now, yeah, it's
yeah,
definitely decent. But I was like, yeah, that as far as like that trilogy, that's definitely the weakest one.
yeah. And I think that's what's going to happen here. I feel like that's what's going to happen with Far From Home. It's going to be the weakest. It's going to be the weakest out of all the MCU Spider-Man movies, where we just be like, "What was that? That's
Mhm.
it." God, I hope they never do another one again. Like,
And that's what I was saying. If they mess up with Spider-Man, like their most popular property, I mean, they might as well just call it a day. Pack it in. Everybody get on the bus. Let's go home.
right. And that's what I'm scared that they might do. Is like, oh, we're gonna do this, you know. Oh, look, Kate. It looks like they got a conversation that you might probably be into. Apparently, some teacher dressed up as a Native American dancing video that really happened in California. I, I didn't hear about this. So
No, I
apparently,
heard about it. All I can say is whatever. Like things happen.
Kate, was
Am
she
I
drunk or
supposed to be
something?
offended? Like, oh wow, I'm offended then. Oh wow, so offended.
Was she like drunk or something?
No, I think she was trying to recite something from a textbook or something.
Uh
Shit,
huh.
I don't know. It sounds like something an old lady would do. Be like, oh wow, this is how the Native Americans used to do it back in the day. And I don't know. Maybe she was mocking them. I didn't pay much attention because it's like whatever at this point. People want me to be pissed off because somebody was doing a Native American dance and shit. But it's like whatever.
But did she have a headdress on?
Yep.
Yep.
Oh God. I was like, she's not stupid enough to do that shit, but apparently she was. Well,
She
damn.
probably she probably was watching Pocahontas the night before and probably was like, hey yeah, yumpy, hey yeah, and try to take some dances from that and dances that she saw from African theme. For some reason, when white people try to do Native American dances, they incorporate Native American dancing and black dancing and try to come up with some mixed match. You're just like, baby, Native Americans don't dance like that, and
I'll
black people
say.
don't dance like that. What are you doing?
Mhm.
What are you
Putting on
doing?
some NWA and dancing around in a goddamn headdress and shit. Like, what are you doing?
What are you doing?
To
I'm doing an authentic Native American dance. Okay. Oh,
Oh,
okay. If you say
I don't know who
so.
told. I don't know who told you that or who taught you that. but you ain't got no friends if they convinced you of that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're smoking all the crack in the world at this point.
Mhm.
Yeah. Does it smell good? Does that crack smell good? I bet it did. What was that?
No. Oh man.
Be trying to do the Dougie Fresh, the chicken noodle soup thing with like some traditional Native American dance mixed in, and you just like, oh, okay, honey, all right.
All right. Yeah, you go right ahead. You enjoy yourself with your little rain dance and shit.
Right.
But I mean, we're gonna be over here actually learning like real history and shit, not looking stupid.
I think I don't know. Kate, you seen Peter Pan, right? The cartoon.
Yeah. Oh, are you bringing up the Native American like thing from that? Because honestly, that's kind of boring.
Okay. Because the only reason why I'm gonna say that is because Disney done kind of told people that Native Americans were offended by that. That's why they take it out now. I don't know. I was like, I haven't heard anything bad from Native Americans, but I don't know. Maybe. But like, is this something that you guys get? Was that something that y'all guys got angry at when y'all saw the Peter Pan movie?
The fuck should I know, dude? Trey, do you think me and my Native American family and friends sit in front of the TV watching Disney all the time and just like?
I mean,
no, I know you don't. I'm just saying when you saw the movie.
and that's what I'm saying. Like, it seems like whenever it's someone like from some group like talking about this shit, it's always one of the loudmouths. You know what I mean? Like, I remember a few years back, there was like these Native Americans complaining that like American Eagle or some shit was selling stuff that had Native American patterns. I was like, and. Like, I mean, what does that matter to you and to the larger community? It's always like one person who like makes all this fucking noise and like wants changes made. And now for the rest of the time, nobody can ever do anything that's even slightly Native American pattern. I'm like, I don't think most care.
I'm not gonna lie. When I was growing up and I saw Pocahontas, I wanted the necklace that she had, and I wanted the tattoo on my left shoulder that she had. Call it whatever the hell you want to. Call it racist or whatever, but I enjoyed every minute of it, and I did have a fake one, and I did have the little bear claws on my chest for a little bit. Yep, sure did. Call me whatever the hell you want to, I guess.
Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, these people who complain about it, it's always like the activists and shit. Like, I get the same thing from like my community. Like, people want to say like, oh well, I don't want to be homophobic around this shit. I'm like, I don't know who you think you're talking to, because I'm not no bitch. I can take a joke, and I don't even care if that you're trying to like make fun of gay people. Like, if it's funny, then I'll laugh. I can tell the difference between a joke and an insult. Like, you can tell from the tone which it's supposed to be. So that's why I'm like, maybe these other people just aren't smart enough to understand that shit, or they don't care. But I'm like, I can take a joke. Like, it's not that serious.
Like, you'll know when it's like when you're really trying to be offensive. You know what I'm saying? But other than that, it's just like, okay, so you have a movie or a show that's focused on Native Americans, right? You honor them as best you can, right, without insulting them, and you're mad that the people who saw the movie liked what they saw about Native Americans and wanted to dress like them, and celebrate what they saw in the movie about them. Make that make sense. You're upset that the little kids are doing the little dance that they saw from Peter Pan, or they're mad that people are putting on the tattoos that Pocahontas clan had in the Disney movie. Well, it's not accurate. Shut up. Nobody cares about the accurate story of Pocahontas. Not even Pocahontas herself. And
that's what I'm saying. Like,
900 years.
Like, even when you like they want to do that shit, like, they need to understand, like, if this is coming from a creator who's not like Native American or whatever, like, well, obviously they're gonna get some shit wrong. They don't know. They have no fucking idea. At least they were trying to do something. You know what I mean? Like, they put something in there. So I mean, like, if they got it wrong, well, shit, they got it wrong. We've been like studying all kinds of like dinosaurs and shit for like literal, at this point, centuries, and we're still just not finding out that the motherfuckers had feathers and shit. You know what I mean? Like, we don't always understand shit.
Like, it's crazy. Ooh, that reminds me. One of my favorite Native American characters was Elisa from Gargoyles. I know. Fun fact: a lot of people didn't know that she was Native American.
Yo, gargoyles. There's a deep cut right there.
Yes, that show goes in. That show,
Damn.
I love it. I love that show.
I love that shit. And I didn't even, as a kid, like, I loved it, and I didn't even understand why. Like, there was just something about it that I was like, damn, this is a good show. And I mean, it's so many people just like memory hold it. Like, everybody forgot about it once it went off the air and shit. Like,
Yeah.
damn.
Oh
Yeah.
my goodness.
You ever seen it, Kate? Gargoyles?
What?
You never seen Gargoyles before?
Gargoyles?
Yeah.
I've heard of it. I never watched it.
Oh, you got to. It's such a good show. It's such a good show.
Yeah,
People
it's
keep
good.
suggesting shows to me, and I gotta be like, I'll add it to my to watch list, and my to watch list is super long.
Black meat? No. Empathetic Queen. Look. I will jump through this screen and punch you in your face. You ever say black meat?
Black.
We're not
What?
doing
Oh god! I mean,
we're not
especially
doing that.
like
Those words.
because I think Crypto was the one who said like, "How do you think I feel about the whole Latinx thing?" Yeah, exactly. The fact that we got to deal with that shit Latinx, I'm like, nah, man, we're not doing that. This ain't American History X. I'm not Malcolm X. Like, you don't need to be putting X anywhere near any of my shit, any of my description.
The fact that there are some stuck up white people who think that they can go into another culture and change words and meanings around makes absolutely no sense. I ain't never seen that before in my life. Now we're trying to go and change languages. Languages that have existed for literal fucking centuries, but they're like, oh no, it's not inclusive enough. I'm like, bitch, to who? Because for the majority of time, it was inclusive enough for literally everybody who spoke it. Now all of a sudden, y'all feel like you need to make some sort of special word for yourself.
Oh my goodness. Oh wow.
And it's crazy.
Oh yeah.
I believe it's Free Fire Pro. I believe the dog that was barking was Robin, probably.
No, Robin is a very loud dog. Yeah, you probably heard him. And the smaller one is Evie, which is short for Evelyn. It's just kind of a name given because of like the whole Mummy movie.
The Mummy movies. God, I love those too.
Oh yes, I love the first two Mummy movies. The third one was okay.
The ones afterwards were like, they didn't have the same charm that the first two had. Yeah.
But anytime I watch, especially that first one, someone puts it on, I'm like, I got time. Whatever else I was going to do, I got time to watch this movie.
Oh, and then I remember I think it was before the second movie, or no, it was after the second movie. Kids WB did a TV show, Mummy the TV series. Oh, I love that show. The little boy had the little thing on his arm, and he would always say, "Woodjai Sinatabe," in order to like do whatever, and he could never control that bracelet. I was like, "Yes, I love this show."
Yes. God, I'd forgotten about that one. I straight up forgot about that show. Yes. Damn.
Oh, and then I think before that used to come on, it used to be another show, Sherlock Holmes in the 22nd century. Oh, that was another good one.
Damn. Man, you bringing back all kinds of shows that I forgot about.
I'm just saying. Yeah. Oh, and then the Mummy, the what was it? The Monster Clan or something like that. It was a TV show where it had actual creatures like the mummy and other creatures. They were attacking other mummies as well. The shit was crazy, but it wasn't like the Mummy TV series, but it was another show. I really wish I could remember. But man, it was something about them shows. Pretty cool. And Elise of African descent. I think Elisa is Native American and African American as well. But I most people see her as a Native American character anyway. But it's just kind of fun. Like I'm saying, think about it. Back in the day, a lot of our characters were already diverse. That's why I'm saying when you're a kid and you're the product of 90s. It was so much diversity that the shit that people are talking about today don't make no sense for a 90s kid, really. That's why a lot of 90s kids and people older than us are rejecting this stuff because they're like, what are you guys talking about? We grew up in a diverse thing, especially in the 80s where everybody was throwing up rainbows. No offense.
Exactly.
And that was that
I mean,
and it wasn't even because they were gay. It was literally because it was every straight, gay, lesbian, whatever. Everybody was throwing up rainbows. Like, have you not seen? Have you not seen what the guys and girls were wearing for casual wear as a straight people? I'm like, boy, y'all all look gay as hell.
and it's like cartoons back in that day too. Like even racially, it was like diverse. You look at a show like Hey Arnold, yeah, you got the main character is a white kid, but then his best friend is black. There's that little Asian girl that's in there, but a
Yeah.
bunch of the main characters are females and shit. You look at shows like
Helga's mom was
Recess,
a
it's the
drunk.
same thing.
Helga's mom was a drunk.
Yeah, it's like they were showing us fucking everything back in the day. You even had like Rugrats when they brought in what's her name, Susie Carmichael. Like
Yeah.
they were always doing diverse shit. It wasn't like we didn't see characters like that were different and shit. And I mean, for me myself, like I grew up being Latino. Like I don't really think that there were that many like characters ever speaking Spanish in cartoons. But I mean, like there was stuff for us too. I mean, Dora the
Yeah.
Explorer was a little bit after my time, but my sister grew up with that shit.
Ooh,
Like,
Mucha Lucha.
Mucho, oh damn, Mucho Lucha was my shit. Mucho
Yeah.
Lucha is the reason why I know how to pronounce the word Oaxaca, like because I heard it on
Yeah.
that show first.
Yeah.
Like damn.
Ooh, Osmosis Jones was another good one. That was another good one.
Osmosis Jones, damn,
And
that
then
was
you
a good
had
show.
Shiloh Showdown.
Oh damn, I
was a
love
great
that.
one.
God, I love that
And I
one.
love me my Jackie Chan adventures.
Oh, that was a shit. I wanted the talisman so fucking
Yes,
bad, bro.
me too.
Like, God.
Me too. I wanted the
God.
talismans so bad. I wanted the talismans so bad. Like, man.
Yeah,
y'all
and then you
don't
always
know.
got Grandpa in there just talking about one more thing. I was like, oh damn.
And I used to love when he used to hit them upside the head with his two fingers. Boy, that joke was hilarious. I'd be like, man, he beating folks up with
With two fingers and shit.
Oh
like,
yeah,
can you
Rocket
imagine?
Power. Oh yeah, El
Oh.
Tigra. El Tigra was another Spanish show. Yeah, that was. Yeah, you're right. You're definitely right about
Yeah.
that one. That was definitely a cool show.
And yeah, Rocket Power was something else because that one even had like Pacific Islander type of shit. Like that's one demographic you don't see all that
was like
often.
Hawaii. That was definitely like Hawaii right there. That was definitely Hawaii. Like, man, see, that's what I'm talking about. Everybody always talking about it wasn't no diversity. I'm like, matter of fact, the Planeteers were damn diverse as hell. They weren't even
exactly. Hell yeah.
Let
And they
all
want to act
powers
like
combine.
it's just because like these kids nowadays, like they didn't grow up with this shit, they've never heard of it, and they act like, oh well, it never existed until like the shit that I see now. It's like, no, we had it before y'all too. If y'all did any kind of research, you would know.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Oh my goodness.
Let's see. What was another show? It was. I'm drawing a blank on a. Oh God, I'm drawing a blank on the show. It's a show that I remember. Remember Super Friends had that. They had them two. They had them two diverse people on there. That was hilarious. I was like, they had something called Lightning something and Chi Ha Ho or something like that. He had to say his name in order to use his powers. But boy, that was so damn cheesy. Delicious.
Oh, wasn't that like Apache Chief and shit? That he was like Apache Chief, Ine Chuck, and then he would like grow and shit. Like, yeah, fuck yeah.
Oh God, that was some stuff right there.
Damn, man.
And of course,
even like with live action shows, like when you have like, well, I mean, you mentioned it before, Trey, like with Out of the Box, like you had diverse cast in that shit too. And Barney, fucking Sesame Street, they've always had diverse casts.
You're right. You're definitely right about that. But you know, they don't really like that kind of stuff. I mean, they pretend like it didn't exist, and that's why it's kind of. Oh yeah, Masaminos. I forgot Masaminos on the Teen Titans.
From Teen
Titans. And they would never say anything but Spanish. I was like, yeah, speak English.
Because they didn't even give y'all subtitles. They just fucking spoke.
No, we had to basically figure out what they were saying. I'm like, damn it.
Yeah. Damn, I forgot about Masaminos. Damn, man. There are some characters we need to see in the comics. I would love to see them come out in the comics.
Right?
Ooh, and Zorro. Oh, Zorro was a good one. Zorro
Oh
was a
yeah,
good one
Zorro.
back in the day.
Hell yeah.
Um, what was another show? I remember it was another show that had some stuff on there. Oh, I'm drawing a blank. Ooh, has anybody ever seen the show Dr. Quinn, Medicine Woman?
I was literally talking about that show with my best friend earlier. Like, yeah, I
Yes,
never actually like grew up watching it, but I knew about it.
I've watched the show because back in the day, I had TV Land, and some of the shows used to come on there like that one, and no, that show used to come on at night when I was younger too. That one along with Touched by an Angel. Oh my God, I love my Touched by
Oh
an
damn.
Angel and Seventh Heaven.
Damn.
Seventh Heaven. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm telling you, the '90s had too many good shows for me to not like. That's why I'm so confused with getting here. We're in 2021. Everybody keep talking about diversity and inclusion. I'm like, what are you
Yeah.
guys talking about?
Like they're acting like as if that's some new invention they came up with. It's like, no, we were doing it back in the day too. We just did it. We didn't fucking talk about it.
And then there was a show I remember called Into the West, I believe. That had nothing but a whole bunch of Native American people on that show. Nobody said nothing about that one. Oh, Tonto from the Long Ranger, and then you had Chief Jack Lame Horse from the Little House on the Prairie. I remember his
Oh
behind.
yeah. Yeah. And I
Yeah.
mean, even taking it further back, like I also grew up watching All in the Family, which is still fucking hilarious. But I
Yes.
mean, that's how you got the Jeffersons. Like they spun out of that.
You right. You are definitely right about that one. Like it's too many characters. It's too many characters that they keep pretending like didn't exist. Oh, and Raymond Firewalker from Walker Texas Ranger.
Oh damn! I used to
Yeah.
love Walker Texas Ranger. I used to watch that one with my brother and my grandma. We would sit down, and that was our shit.
Yeah, and then and then we find out that Jason David Frank is sort of Native American because his brother was Native American in the two episodes that they did in Power Rangers Zeo. And I was like, oh snap, he got a brother that's Native American. What he's Native American too?
See, and yeah, that's another one. Like with the Power Rangers, like they've always had that shit back in that day. Like black characters, females, like they were all part of it. Asians. I mean, granted, they made the Black Ranger black and they made the Asian girl yellow. So I was like,
they kind of missed the mark on the first time around, but the second time around they got it right. They got it right.
Yeah, they got it right.
Hello, Brave Star. How did I forget about Brave Star?
Brave Star, yeah, shit, man.
That's been a long time.
Yo, and then they had Thundercats, so they have furries on TV.
Yeah, Spirit from G.I. Joe.
Oh yeah. Yo, I fucking love G.I. Joe. To this day, like I never knew when I was growing up, I was like, why do they use lasers? And then come to find out, I was like, well, they couldn't use guns, like because of like like different programming shit. So I was like, oh, okay, now it makes sense.
It's kind of crazy that they pretended like we didn't see any of this stuff right there. Oh yeah, Brock is Native American. Brock Sampson from the Venture Bros.
Oh shit, yeah, that's right.
Like, it's crazy. Oh, and one character that I love, that's they need to do a little bit more with, Connor from Assassin's Creed 3. I know some people don't like the game or whatever, but he's actually a good character once you think about it. Like, he was a serious Native American that didn't take no BS from nobody. And look at that man. That man was like the most swollest assassin I've ever seen. Never seen an assassin that massive before, sneaking into stuff. Boy, you huge as hell.
I was gonna say,
I mean, Tomahawk. Boy, I used to play. And when I used to play that game, I always do that Tomahawk, and I'd be like, yeah, I can see why Native Americans love this damn weapon. Ooh,
hell yeah!
It was fun beating up folks with that shit. Yeah, I was. I was like, yeah,
because like I like that character of Connor. I just didn't really like the setting. I was like, I understand why it's set in like colonial America or whatever. I was just like, a lot of this shit is boring. After seeing like Venice and Italy and shit, I was like, some of this is kind of plain.
My thing is, I really wish they went there. And I felt like they were going to. And I think something happened in production, because we've seen some of the stuff. We know we were supposed to have the canoe in there. We were gonna visit another tribe, they said, and we were supposed to take place in we were supposed to actually fight in the actual wars that happened
That's
in the game instead of whatever they made us do in the game. And I'm just like, no, let me use my tomahawk and beat bitches with it. It was addictive playing with that damn tomahawk. I was like, yeah, I'm American. I mean, when you're playing the game, you like, yeah, I can see why people love this weapon. Yeah. I can see why they love it because
that was really cool, and I love the way that they had it shaped. That it was like the A from the Assassins. I was like, that's badass. Yeah,
and I just love the way it felt in combat when Connor would stab somebody with that thing and then take it out and say, yeah. Like, and he took the damn bow and arrows and fired like 3 of them at people at once. I'm like,
hell yeah. That was cool. That was actually really fun.
It would be so amazing. Oh, SWAT cats. I forgot about SWAT cats.
Talk about my favorite. I still put that one on every so often. God, I love SWAT cats. That shit was amazing.
That was a good show. It was some kind of, what was it? Then All Dogs Go to Heaven.
Oh yeah, All Dogs Go to Heaven. That's another one.
Dogs Go to Heaven.
That's what I forget a lot. Damn.
Oh man, that's so heartbreaking though.
Yeah,
it is. I mean, especially considering the subject matter.
The first movie was dark as hell. I said, God. But see, that's what I'm saying. Remember, in the 80s and 90s, they didn't care what they were going to do with children. They were like, oh yeah, this is like probably maybe PG-17 or whatever. But who cares? Kids will handle it.
Yeah. They were like, they'll be fine. They'll be all right. Their parents will explain it to them. Meanwhile, our parents just putting on the tape for us like, all right, y'all enjoy.
Oh, do y'all remember that show for Cartoon Network's Two Stupid Dogs? Boy, they were so stupid.
Yeah, I love that show. Stupid. That show was hilarious, man.
Y'all are killing me right now. Y'all are too stupid for life.
I love it. It was kind of like Cow and Chicken. I was like, damn, y'all stupid.
Mama had a cow. Dad was proud. He didn't care how. Wait. Hold on.
There's a couple more questions missing in there that y'all aren't answering.
Hold on. You had a cow. Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. And you had a chicken. But we're both humans. Mm-hmm. So who the fuck you cheated on with?
I was gonna say, how did any of that happen? And for another fact, how are your kids friends with a talking weasel and a talking baboon?
Boy, that big old red ass was just everywhere. That thing was huge. I was like, this is the most brightest red ass. like a juicy plump. I'm just like, what are y'all doing with this character? Oh man!
Damn!
Oh god, that show was hilarious.
The good days. Those were good days.
Oh, I love when they did a pup named Scooby Doo, the Tom and Jerry kids, and then the Flintstone kids. I was just like, I don't even care. I don't even care. I love it. I love it all. The Muppet Babies, the Looney Tunes.
Oh yeah, the Muppet Babies.
And then the Looney Tunes kids. I was like, yes. The Yogi Bear, and I love Clifford the Big Red Dog.
Yeah. I actually just watched the live action movie yesterday. It's actually pretty cute. It's a little, you can tell it's a kid's movie, but it's actually really cute.
I feel like we're forgetting something. I don't know. My brain's just going off and on, and I'm just trying to figure out. Oh wait, weren't we going to talk about Miles Morales with the whole?
Yeah. Let's get it. Let's get into that one. But first, before we start about Miles Morales, let's talk about Gwen Stacy, bitch ass. Because I had a whole lot to say in my video. I don't know if any of y'all watched it, but it doesn't matter. I'm sick of Gwen Stacy. Her neck snapped on the bridge, and it needs to stay like that. End of conversation. Are you kidding me? Gwenverse.
I am going. I need more alcohol for this, but first I gotta go pee. So I'm gonna be right back, and then Y'all could talk to Chair. Y'all, some of y'all in the chat, y'all know the routine. Chair is still here.
Oh yeah, his routine when he leaves Kate, everybody will talk bad about Dylan to the chair. This shit's hilarious. It is hilarious. We'd be like, oh, Chair Coon, aren't you glad that Dylan fat ass not on the chair anymore?
Oh my god.
Hopefully, Chair, you'll be able to run away from Dylan before he gets back. Are you able to finally breathe, Chair?
Oh my god. That is just hilarious. I did want to add, like, okay, before we even get started on this, because I know once, we need to have Dylan here when we start talking about it, because we need to, get into that mood. But when I was doing these designs, I was just like, okay, like I'm forgetting one thing, and I'm like, why did I create these designs? And I'm like, oh wait, I remember now, because I treat every design as if I was creating a character for a story. Because and then I was like, oh wait, I remember now. I created these to be a replacement if they ever thought of replacing Jay with something. And I'm like, you got two choices. You can give him this, or you can give him that. There's no woke. But what are those things called? From Willy Wonka, those stupid, not stupid, but they're more. Yeah. You can't give me a woke Oompa Loompa. I'm sorry. No woke Oompa Loompa here. No. Get the boy out of here. You either have a very attractive female or you have a very attractive male. You can't have Jay, who is not attractive at all. I'm sorry if anyone finds him attractive, which I'm surprised about.
Nobody does. Nobody does.
And if you do, brain damage. Tom Taylor is so high up on his high horse where it's like, no, you could have given him a love interest that actually looked good. I don't care what people say when I was like, okay, I'm fine with him being bi, but I hate the love interest, because they're just they kept defending the whole Jay is who he is, and I'm like, explain to me how Jay is attractive, please. Give me 3 qualities that you can name from his character. Give me 3. That's the least you could do. They did not answer with anything. I'm like,
I mean, ain't nothing attractive or appealing about Jay Nakamura. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I can care less about Jay Nakamura. To be honest, I wish he'd die in a ditch.
Saying, I'm like, I have seen attractive Asian men, and this sure as fuck ain't one of them. This sure as hell is not one of them.
Nope, not at all. Not at all. I'm just like, God, somebody redesign this boy to look better, please.
Mm-hmm. Oh, somebody.
Jesus Lord.
And all I can do is just sum up the origin stories is that, you can have him date anybody. You need some kind of complication. Jay's just kind of Jay. He's you don't give him anything interesting. He's not, a son of a supervillain or, a person on the run. Give me something to care about. To give me something to care about him. But it's oh, he cannot get hurt. Okay, then I don't care. What about this? No, I still don't care. What if we told you he was secretly... Nope. He had his chance in the book, and you blew it up and did not give us something to attach ourselves for Jay. You had a good idea when you were giving him a mysterious, creepy guy in a mask. You can just go with the whole, he's the undercover supervillain trying to use Superman. That's all you can do at this point.
Could you imagine if they did this with Lois Lane? I would have been like, man, come on. I'm over her. She's boring. What is this? She's creepy. She can't.
They could have given him some sort of personality to him, to make him. Because, I mean, I understand not everybody feels that way, but when I read a story with a gay boy who's just he's really cute, he's very endearing. I'm like, all right, he's definitely not who I want to come in to save me or anything, but at least he has some sort of personality, and that's not what they gave us. To get a better idea of a gay boy with a good personality, they should be using Bunker more from the New 52 Teen Titans. He's hilarious. He's got cool powers, and he's a very underutilized character. I'm like, see, if y'all put him more, I would be fine with it.
If they did something with Bunker and Superboy, at least okay, I mean, even though I still don't want the boy to even be nowhere near boys, to be honest, I'm not gonna lie. I'm just gonna be frank with y'all. I don't want John Kent near no boy.
Same.
But
I think they should have turned it into this whole like, okay, who do you want to be John's next girlfriend or boyfriend? And then you can just leave the audience. But then again, you know how they decided to do the whole round robin thing, and we still got fucking Justice League queer, so it's just like we can't do that anymore. So
yeah,
thanks a lot.
Like they had Robin's win, and then they still were like, well, but Justice League queer sounded like a really good idea because a bunch of people cried about it on Twitter, so let's just do that one too.
Yeah, you can wait 5 years to release that. Nothing's gonna change. I guarantee it. Nothing's gonna change.
Just like it looked like the Robin comic book that Dylan got with Nightwing on it isn't worth about a shit of bricks. Like, it's not worth it. Nah. Are you kidding me? We're gonna do the first Robin. We're gonna do the first Robin, and guess what? She happened to be female, but nobody talked about her. No. I'm done. I walked away from the story with that one. I don't even care anymore. I'm done. I'm out.
I mean, look at this. There she is, y'all. There's your first Robin. Is anybody impressed? I'm not.
Wait. During that round robin thing, it was
yeah, that was the original Robin. It was there to introduce the original Robin, which makes absolutely no sense. That is
totally not the original Robin, guys. We all know who the original Robin is before Robin.
Yeah, they put him in his little underwear on the cover.
Yeah, that too. But I was going to say, if we're going to be technical about it, then it's Bruce Wayne.
I mean, yeah, that's a good point.
That was the very way in the older books. There was this one event where Bruce did talk about having a Robin uniform, and that was when writers were just like, "What can we do with Batman when he's not Batman? Well, just put him in the Robin uniform. Nobody's gonna care about that." They could have had something like that happen. That would have been funny as hell.
I mean, like I said, we know it. The audience knows it, but DC don't know it.
They just hire people based off of skin color, butt color. Not butt color. Sorry. Sexuality, that kind of shit. I mean, they post about it on their Warner Media fucking, like I mentioned before, that stupid report, and it's like, oh wow, look, it's just a small percentage bigger than last year. Oh wait, no, we lost 1 or 2% from last year. It's not a big deal. Let's think about it. Who goes on to their Warner Media, equity and shit, all that other shit, and be like, oh wow, let's complain about this? No, not a lot of people do that. Like, if you have to do that, then you need a hobby. You need a big hobby. You need to help.
Yeah.
Do something worth your time. Don't bitch and moan about not doing anything. No, just go do something.
And then that's my thing too, is I'm getting really tired of them retroactively adding a new character into a place that they don't need to be. Like, no, we're not. This is like the second time they done gave us something from Nightwing and Dick Grayson in general. And I'm supposed to be like, yay. First they gave us a sister that don't make no logical sense. And then now they're giving us a Robin that still doesn't make logical sense. It doesn't make the sense God gave. What are we doing?
And that's their new tactic and everything. They're like, oh well, we can't come up with a genuine surprise, so let's just completely ignore everything you know about this continuity and just do whatever the fuck we want anyway. Aren't you surprised? It's like, no, you had to break this shit in order to make it work.
Yeah,
it feels like.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I was good.
What did you say?
I was just gonna say, it basically feels like you're changing a cake recipe that's everybody loves it, it's selling out a lot, and then someone's like, no, this one person complained about there being too much, frosting or sprinkles on it, and then you decided to change up the recipe, and now that we lost the recipe, we can't get it back because we don't have any professionals in the back making the fucking cupcakes to begin with. We don't have anyone who knows what they're fucking doing. And now we're stuck with that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And it damn sucks. It's getting on my nerves when they keep doing that kind of stuff, because it doesn't endear these characters. All it does is make people be like, no, and no. Like, and then Oh, it just so happened to be a female too. Come on.
That's
What are the
weird.
chances of that?
They keep doing this thing where they're trying to retcon everything and trying to remove males out of it and be like, oh, it was technically a female. No, 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 no.
Nope. No, thank you. Keep your Girl
Right.
Scout cookies, boys. Keep your Girl Scout cookies. I don't want them.
That's where I'm just like, you can just very much tell, like, they really don't even care about what's a good story. It's like, oh, well, y'all know how y'all love the Robins, right? Well, did you know the very first one was a female? It's like, no,
Nope.
she wasn't.
No.
That's some bullshit.
Because you introduce her in a comic book that's probably going to be forgotten about, that nobody's going to take canon anymore. Because when people ask for a Robin book, that's really not what they want from a Robin book. But okay. I'm just being honest. That's not what we want from a Robin book.
Damn it. Oh, fuck.
It's crazy. But anyway, let's get back on this damn Winterverse whole shit, because it pisses me the hell off. She died. She died.
She did.
That's it. She died. That's it. Any alternate version of Gwen Stacy after that been a normal human being until Edge of Spider-Verse, Spider-Gwen. So why are we getting a Gwen-verse where we're getting alternate versions of Gwen Stacy as other characters when Gwen Stacy is a normal human character? We only had this one version of her where she's a superpower. Now they want to do a whole entire universe. No, this shit is for fucking cosplayers and Twitter. This isn't for comic book readers. This isn't for people who really care about this character, Gwen Stacy. This is for people who don't care about Gwen Stacy, who sees the designs that she wears and was like, oh, I can be Gwen Stacy as Wolverine. Oh, I can be Gwen Stacy as Miss Marvel. I can be Gwen Stacy as Captain America. Like, no, bitch. No, bitch, no. 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 I am so sorry. She died. Let it go, Marvel. I don't care that y'all don't like the fact that she died. Just like a lot of people don't like the fact that Barbara Gordon got shot in the spine. Guess what? It happened. Get over it. They're dead. Sorry you don't like it. I'm getting real sick of people want to try to add more, because guess what? If she was as good as she was, like Mary Jane Watson was, guess what? She would still be alive to this day. But she's not. She's dead.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, I don't understand where they're coming with this. And it's like, whenever you try to like complain about it, they immediately go to like, well, but it's an alternate universe or whatever, as if that makes any of the shit better. But it's like, okay, let's do this thing then. Y'all want to tell like alternate type of storylines and shit like that? Why is it always that the only plot device y'all have is like, well, but what if this character had this character's powers? Do y'all have anything else? Like that time when Wolverine became Lord of the Vampires and shit like that. Like, do y'all have anything like that? Or is it just always like, well, now Gwen Stacy also has the powers of Thor, and now Miles Morales has the powers of Hulk? It's like, okay, do you got anything else besides just switching up characters and powers, like as if it's a video game and shit?
And what makes it even bad is not only that, we got Gwen Stacy damn clones, we got Gwenpool, we got Spider-Gwen, and we got Gwen Stacy's children. This is all in the damn main continuity of Marvel. So what are we doing? I remember somebody was trying to argue me in my comments about, well, technically Gwenpool isn't a Gwen Stacy clone. Bitch, yes it was, because when they were celebrating Gwen Stacy, for some odd reason, they decided to make almost they had about 60 damn comic books where they had different versions of Gwen Stacy as other heroes. And the one that stuck out the most was Gwen Stacy as Gwenpool, which
yeah,
is
I think if I remember correctly, that was like the year where they were celebrating like the anniversary of like her death or whatever. So they put her on like the covers of all the books, and that was the one for the Deadpool where they like switched them out. It was like, oh, it's Gwenpool, and everyone was like, oh, is that a real character? Are we gonna actually get Gwenpool? It's like, no, it's just the cover. And then they made it a fucking thing out of a cover. I was like, God,
because
damn.
the girls started dressing up as her in places, and they were like, oh, we should definitely do something with this character. And then they were like, oh, her name is Gwendolyn something, but it's still fucking close to Gwen Stacy. Like, don't give me that nonsense. And she's from our world. but she accidentally got trapped into the Marvel universe. What?
Like literally try to make it so where it's like a cosplayer's dream, where it's like, well, she's from the real world though. That means I can dress like her and I can pretend that I'm her. I'm like, no, bitch, you ain't Gwenpool. You damn near 300 pounds want to be running around this spandex suit. Sit your ass down. Matter of fact, sit your ass on a damn exercise bike.
I'm trying to tell you, it'd be the most biggest bitches trying to dress in the most skinny clad outfits, and you just like, your stomach is begging for L.
I was gonna say, them seams are crying, girl. You need to get out of that.
Yeah. But and then what was so funny? What Valiant comic books was like, here's Faith, our fattest fuck superhero. It was the lowest selling comic book, and they were trying to push her so bad. They were like, and she had badass boyfriends. Her boyfriends were like the baddest things you pick up. I was just like, no, I'm not. You're not about to sit up here and tell me 500 pound looking like a big donut hole. It got male model Chris Evans and Chris Hemsworth type boyfriends. Nah, you can miss me with that. You can miss me with that one. No, there is nothing even remotely attractive about Faith Hubert. And they tried. They tried.
That's what I was saying. Like every time I would see like when they drew art of her and shit when she was flying, I was like, I feel like I can literally hear her moving through the air. You know what I mean?
Oh Lord. I mean, and that's the thing. And my thing that gets me is you can tell that they didn't have enough alternate Gwens that were superpowered, that now they have to come up with more Gwen Stacy's. Because look at that cover. That cover barely has enough Gwen Stacy's on there. And I'm talking about ones that got superpowers on there. Because guess what? Gwen Stacy is a normal human being, you jackasses.
Yeah.
And another thing, let's go. I think it was who somebody made a video. I cannot remember the user who made the video, but they mentioned let love interests stay love interests. Stop trying to make them more than what they are. They are supposed to be love interests. They're love interests for a reason, and there are supporting characters for a reason. Stop trying to make supporting characters and love interests equal to the hero. That's not how this shit works, and that's what they've been doing these past couple of years in these shows and movies and comic books, where they're trying to take a love interest and they're trying to make them more than what they are. And it's just like, no, you're not about to sit up here and do that with me right now. Like, the shit's aggravating, and I'm over the shit. Like I said in my video, what they need to do, Gwenverse need to kill off every alternate version of Gwen Stacy that's superpowered. If she got a superpower, she's dead. And the only Gwen Stacy that survived that superpower is Spider-Gwen. Then after that, you wrap it up and do a death of Spider-Gwen, and you kill Spider-Gwen off, and that's it. We're done. No more Gwen Stacy's. No more Gwen Stacy's. I'm sorry. Y'all been beating this dead horse for 50 years. Let it go, Marvel. Let it go. And then she shows up in everything that she's not even part of the main continuity. That's the thing that's bothering me the most, is she's not even part of the main continuity. So why is she here when you already have Julia and you have Kisa and you have Silk? You already got 3 Spider Girls that are actually in the main continuity right now that don't get nothing. But you want to give it to Spider-Gwen? Come on now, she's not even from this earth. And if you're gonna do a Spider Girl, why not do Mayday Parker, the most popular Spider Girl, who actually ran her own comic book line for 150 issues of Spider Girl? Come on now, come on somebody. But you want to do Gwen Stacy, boring ass? I'm sorry. Look, I like Gwen Stacy. I like what she stood for. But let's be honest. There's a reason why she was killed off. I'm just being honest.
And that's where I'm like, because like you said, like they do this thing now where it's like superheroes aren't allowed to have a love interest, because I blame Gail Simone's ass for this shit with that whole like girlfriends and refrigerators bullshit, where they're talking about like, oh, they always have to be the damsel in distress, or they're just the characters who get killed off so that way the hero has some reason to fight the villain. It's like, no. Like, they can be regular people. Like, it takes, if you ask me, it takes more bravery to be a regular person just with a superhero than it takes to not be that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I also have that problem where it's like, well, they all also have to have like powers, or they have to be like secret agents, like with like advanced martial art moves and shit. I'm like, why? Just let them be regular people, because that's exactly what the fuck they would be.
Yeah, and it reminds me of I think it was a video that you did, Kate, where you talked about what was it, the diversity of the characters or something like that. God damn it, I can't remember which video you were talking about when
Uh,
you mentioned
what do
something
you
like this.
mean? Like, what exactly did I say?
I can't remember what you had said. It's kind of something like on this subject about the love interest anyway. Where they because they've been doing this stuff with the love interest where they're taking these love interests and they're trying to make them more important than what they are.
Yeah, it's something I've seen a lot of. You down. Okay, it's something I see a lot of when it comes to love interest. They don't really let them develop over time. They don't really make them like they used to. They're just there as story movers, or there to increase the uh, like main characters morals and all this other shit, kind of pull out their personality that nobody can see when, they're in public, but when they're in private, then they just kind of pull out either the worst or best of them. But you don't really need them. They work well for like the story at times, but it depends on how they're compatible with the characters. And when you have them be very not useful to the main character, I mean, take a look at Jay. He doesn't bring anything to the table. He doesn't bring anything new that pulls out the best or worst of John to the audience. Because when you have a love interest, they bring out either the worst or best of the character, and that is one of the factors that love interests bring in. But if you don't have anything like that with the love interest, then what's the point of having them be a love interest? It's that you can't really use them if they don't bring anything to the table. That's unless I said
Yeah.
something different. This is what I'm feeling right now.
And they love trying to make them independent from the hero too. Like, oh, they need to be independent, so let's try to give them a little mini arc or a mini
Mhm.
run. And I'm just like, no,
It's
no,
more
no,
like
stop.
yeah, it doesn't make much sense if you give them their own personal life thing. It would be fun for like a mini series, like 6 or 8 issues, to see what's going on to their day to day life when their superhero boyfriend or girlfriend is doing something, and they're just doing something casual, and then you have the boyfriend or girlfriend just getting attacked in the background, something funny like that. Then that could work. That could work.
And quite honestly, like it's made so many like superhero stories much more interesting when they're trying to like make that decision between like, oh shit, like half the city's on fire and the villain is threatening like my girlfriend or whatever. Like, which do I fucking choose? Like, there's that moral dilemma of like, what's
Yeah.
more important to me, my relationship and the person I love, or the city that I vowed to protect? Like, that
Mhm.
creates so much more like actual tension in the story, and they completely take that away when it's like the hero shows up and they already like have the villain on the floor. They're like, oh, I didn't need you, I had it handled. Like, okay, well, fuck me then.
Right. Like I think that was another one of the things that really kind of aggravated me with the Robin story backup line when they did the whole Tim Drake bisexual Bernard shit. When
Hmm.
Robin comes to save Bernard, and then Bernard knows how to fight, and I'm just like, so why is he here then? Why
Yeah.
is Robin here then? You could have did this yourself. Like,
Mhm.
Jesus Christ.
Like Robin caught a whole ass beating, like tied to a chair and shit, trying to find out where you were at. Then he shows up and you know how to fight. So why did he bother going through any of that for? Like there was no point. And that was one thing, going back to a point we made before, like where there's never any build up to these like gay characters, like their relationships and everything. Like when they
Mhm.
started that story, there was no build up to him having any type of romantic attraction to dudes. It's just like all of a sudden, like, oh yeah, I'm going to go meet a friend, an old friend later tonight. And then he's on a date. I was like, well, hold on. Where is this shit coming from? Like all of a sudden he's just on a date with a dude and there's no explanation for it. There's no buildup. He just goes on a date with a dude. Like, what the fuck?
And he broke up with Stephanie off screen, off
Mhm.
panel for no reason after they had just kissed in Young Justice literally 2 months prior to this shit.
It really doesn't add up.
Like
But
at
they're
all. Like
instructing direct by just like listening to it. It's like, okay, can we establish something? Let's get everyone on every comic right now. Let's get into the meeting room or whatever you're doing, like conference call, whatever the fuck.
yeah, Zoom
We talk
calls and shit.
about it. Timelines. Oh, you're gonna break Tim and Stephanie up? Nope, no, 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 no. We're not doing that. This is a fan favorite. If you break them up, we're gonna be hearing it on Twitter. We're gonna be hearing it everywhere. So no, 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 not with the boyfriend. No, 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 no. Put that aside. Put that aside. Put it down. Yeah, yeah. We're sticking with what we got and what we're selling best. We're not doing this whole, oh, gay boyfriend. No, no. You can save that for Apollo and Midnighter. No, for those two.
Yeah.
Unless we find anything else for side characters, fine. But not for the main characters and ships that we have so much, money coming in for. We don't need that fuck up. We don't need timeline fuck ups. Tom Taylor, get your ass down. No, 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 no.
And see, like that's as far as I know, like that's how it used to be. Like they would have to all get together and like they would plot out like their like storylines for a year and shit. And it was like if anything conflicted, they were like, okay, you can't do that because we're doing this in our storyline. So it wouldn't make sense for people reading the character. And nowadays they're just like, well, in the Omniverse, there are so many different multiverses and universes. We can do literally all of it all at the same time because it makes sense somewhere, and the readers will understand that.
It does not. Like, let's think about this. Like, this is crazy. This is fucking crazy. Whenever people tell me that, like, we don't need to do these meetings anymore, and it's just like, yeah, we do. If you think about it, some people from like, the ones doing the smaller titles that don't sell as much, and if the bigger titles aren't telling them exactly what's going on with the title, like their stories, then they're gonna get misinformation. That's gonna spread around. Fans are going to be nitpicky about it, and you know how fans are. They nitpick everything like we do. Like, well, we are fans, but you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Like you see, you have people who are like reading Miles Morales in Champions, and then they read him in his solo series, and they're like, he's not acting the same like he does in the team as he does in his solo book. So what's going on with that? Like, is this a different time period? Is this when he's not with the team? Was it before he was with the team? Like, how does that make sense? Like, they really do legitimately want to know. And when they're just like, well, it's the same time, but just different writers, it's like, okay, well, that's not. Do the writers not talk to each other? Do they not know what each other are doing or shit? Like, are they not reading each other's books at the very least? Like, if you're writing that character, maybe you should be reading the book of the other person who's also writing that character, so you know what they're doing too. And they're just like, no, I'm just gonna do my shit, turn in my pages or whatever, and I'll get paid for it. Like that's all they fucking care about. It's like it's just a paycheck to me. Nothing else matters.
Yeah.
And another thing that's getting on my nerves is these damn editors too, because they approve a lot of this shit too. Like you come to me, like if I was an editor, you come to me with some dumb shit talking about, we're gonna break up Tim Drake and we're gonna make him bisexual. Why? Because
sir, that's what I saw on Twitter, and I saw how well it went.
Yeah, there was like there's this one profile that has like 30,000 followers, and they got 120 likes or 120,000 likes on the idea of like, well, what if Miles Morales was gay or something? So obviously we have to make him gay now. Like, look at how popular that tweet was. It's like, are you smoking crack? Did you smoke crack before you came to my office again? Because we're not doing this again.
They did, and they do it. They do this all the damn time, and anything they junk cute. It ain't cute. It ain't funny anymore. Look, people like their continuity, whether you like it or not. Fans love the continuity, and if you keep breaking the rules, the lore, or having these characters act out of character, what's the point of me spending $5 to $6 every week, or just every time I decide I want to pick up a certain comic book? You know what I'm saying? It ain't worth the shit it's printed on, to be honest. And it's not. It's not. It doesn't make any logical sense. Why? Why is this happening right now? And then my thing that's bothering me the most, even right now with this whole thing, is why are we trying to elevate a love interest as an equal? She's not a damn love interest. It's the same thing where we're trying to upgrade the villain to a hero now after the villain done did some bullshit. Why?
It doesn't make any goddamn sense. Like, I mean, and that's one thing that I can't stand too. And it's mostly Disney doing that shit. Like, you can see that, I guess, because they saw like they made a Maleficent movie where they basically made her like a tragic character, and they're like, oh, I guess we got to do that with literally all of them. So that's how they get fucking Cruella, which was a terrible fucking movie, and that's what they just kind of make like for all of the villains in any property. It's like, well, they have to actually have some sort of tragic background, so they're not just evil. You know, you have to be able to identify with them. Why? They're the villain. We're not supposed to identify with them. We're supposed to want to kick their ass.
Yeah,
like it's okay for these characters just to be evil for the sake of being evil. You don't need to do much with them. Let them be evil. Let them be evil. I enjoy a villain that is just evil for no damn reason.
Mm-hmm.
You know what's wrong with that? But this right here, what they're doing right here with the whole Winverse or the romance characters are now almost up to par with the hero, or we're doing alternate what if stories with characters just for the hell of it. No, I'm over it. I'm over it. I am done. And to be honest, I want to go up to Marvel, whatever their headquarters is, New York, I guess. I want to walk into the office, and I want to be like everybody who's working on the Gwenverse, come to me right now. I need to see the script. I need to see the script, and after that, I'm gonna be like, okay, cool.
Yeah.
The last issue, all of the alternate superpowered Gwens are gone. They're all dead. What? Are you serious? Yes, I'm serious. They're dead.
That's what I'm saying. I miss the days when like editorial, like the editors actually had nuts and they went in there and like, look, here's what you're gonna do because it's going to make for more compelling storylines. Nowadays they're just like they're basically, I guess, just proofreaders where they just kind of like have the writers come to them, tell them, I'm gonna do this, and they're like, okay, let me know when it's done and we'll send it to the printer. I'm like, can you have some sort of like nut up and tell them like, no, this doesn't make any sense for the character for this and that reason? I'm like, what happened to those editors who were willing to like put their foot down and be like,
they were put into like special classes for diverse and inclusion and stuff, and they've been brainwashed. That's how they did it.
Right.
Did it.
Or like some people I've been seeing on YouTube saying that it's a myth that all of those people didn't leave, they weren't pushed out, they weren't blacklisted, they left on their own accord. Okay, all right, and I'm Superman, bitch.
I was gonna say, yeah, sure. Like they might not have come right out and basically like force them out, but they were damn sure. Like the higher ups and shit were just like, okay, well, we're gonna take you off of all of these books, and we're just gonna put you on editing this one that nobody's reading and nobody cares about. So that way, when it dies, then we can just say like, well, the book died, so we let them go. We didn't have to renew their contract and shit. It's like y'all are still doing what you're pretending you didn't. We know what's up. We're not stupid. But I mean, at the same time, you're shooting yourself in the foot and you're insulting all of the fans by doing this shit that nobody likes, that nobody's buying as much as y'all want to pretend they are. It's only because they'll put out like variant covers and shit that people actually like. And then they want to act like, oh, well, but we're still getting a lot of sales. Yeah, you're getting sales because everybody wants that 1 for 25 retailer incentive. So they have to buy like 100 copies of the regular cover just to get 4 of those bitches.
Right. And that's the crazy thing too, is like, again, going back to manga, we're getting almost 300 pages for $12. We're getting 24 pages for almost $10. Like, you make it make sense. You make it make sense. Well,
and not only that, like they're doing so many anthologies and shit, and especially like these ones that are just like monochromatic, like the Wonder Woman, like black, white, and gold. What was it? Deadpool, black, white, and blood. Wolverine, black, white, and blood. They got another one coming, Elektra, black, white, and blood too. I'm like, they're doing all of this shit. It's just anthologies that they charge $7.99 per copy for that shit, and I'm like, for what? For a little like 5-page story written by some writer that nobody cares about anymore that's not even that good? I'm not gonna be paying for that shit.
I mean, that's the stuff that they want us to pay for too. And now I think it's getting to a fever pitch for a lot of people because come on now, you guys got to admit who was clamoring for this, and how many people even care about Spider Gwen, aka Spider Woman, aka Ghost Spider? Like seriously, who was asking for a Spider Gwen themed event?
Mm.
Right?
I mean, when you can't even call the book Ghost Spider because you know it won't sell unless you put Gwen on the cover, you know you got a problem that character is not that popular.
Mm-hmm. But they swear she is, and I'm like, look. Here's a hard fact. Here's a hard fact that I need people to understand. She's only relevant because her neck got snapped and she was killed. I'm sorry to tell you this because think about it. Think about it. Every time Marvel wants to try to do something with Gwen Stacy, they got to go back and retroactively add something to the character in order to make her this this awesome character. Like with the Amazing Spider-Man 2 franchise, what did they do? They made Gwen Stacy almost a Mary Jane Watson kind of character. Yeah, she was scientifically smart, but Gwen never knew Peter was Spider-Man at all. And she was like, I can help too, Peter. No, you can't. No, you can't. You got Mary Jane Watson. You know, and even then, I don't even want Mary Jane Watson doing much of that kind of stuff because Lord knows the Spider-Man PS4 soured me on reporter MJ because I want to snap the bitch neck every time I see her. I'll be like, ooh. I'm sorry. Oh God. It aggravates me. And I don't understand why we have this right now. Why is Gwyniverse a thing?
Like, who was asking for that? Who wanted to see any of that? I'm willing to bet nobody, especially not the people who actually buy comics. If anybody was asking, it was probably the people, again, on Twitter who don't fucking buy the books. They pirate the shit. They read it online. Like, they don't care about collecting none of this shit.
And then they'll dress up in cosplay for the characters and be like, this is my favorite character ever. Okay, bitch, name something about her without looking at Wikipedia. Go. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what they're doing right now. It's kind of crazy. It is really crazy. And then not only that, here they come saying, hey, let's do a what if with Miles Morales. And I'm just like, you guys, I've never seen y'all take a character that was successful in the beginning and self-sabotage its destruction all in one go. Like, for some reason, they turned Miles into this modern, and they made him where he was the face of the diversity inclusion movement. Yeah, what Bendis did say was bullshit, but when you pick up Ultimate Fallout, and then it transitioned to Miles Morales as Ultimate Spider-Man, all of that whole thing about he's a knockoff of Peter Parker, all of that crap that everybody loves to give Miles Morales, it goes out the window because they built the character up. They didn't just have him all of a sudden become Spider-Man. He didn't even want the role. He didn't want his powers when he got them at first. He was 13 years old when he got his powers. 13. And you're asking, hey, can this 13-year-old boy go outside and actually save the day? Not when he saw all of those amazing legacy that Peter left behind him. You know, it's one of those kind of things that I really wish, like Marvel, you have a character that works. Like it or not, I know some people swear up and down, no, the character's a knockoff Peter Parker, and you can't do much with them. Says you, because when the character came out, his books were selling up there close to Spider-Man numbers. Y'all can get mad all you want to, but it was.
I think that's absolutely like the worst part about it. Like, I don't even hate the character as it is. I feel like what they ended up doing by like you said, making him like the face of all this diversity and bullshit was that they made people just not care. They're like, oh, that's the diverse Spider-Man. So why should I bother reading it? Like, it's probably just got all of that like woke like fucking talking points and shit. Why should I bother reading it? It's like, that's the biggest sin. Like, he was on his way to being like his own character, being able to like hold up on his own, and then they just like threw him all onto the like the face of this whole bullshit, and now people are like, I don't really care. I don't need to. Marvel already told me everything that he's about without me having to read it, so why should I bother?
Right. That's the million question right there. Like, I don't even understand that. I mean, and it's frustrating because when you really think about it, the stuff that they're doing with Miles Morales is almost going into the proof theory of what Perk's been saying for these past couple of days about how Marvel is semi-racist. And I'm like, yeah, they really are. They took a character that's black, that was doing well as Spider-Man. I know some people are like, oh, he needs his own title, but guess what, people? You're never going to get another title with that one. So I'm gonna need everybody just to let that one go. It's never gonna happen. It's never gonna happen because he was made to be a Spider character. He really was. They just gave him Spider-Man, and that's it. But I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to tell the difference between Miles Morales, Peter Parker, Spider-Man. You know what I'm saying? Just like it doesn't take a rocket scientist to be like Jay Garrick, the original Flash, Barry Allen, Wally West, Bart Allen. We know that they're Flashes. I mean, I know it's an oversaturation now because DC done added these other Flashes, but you get what I'm saying. But with the whole Miles Morales thing, okay, he's Ultimate Spider-Man. Great. He's doing well in his stories. He's a great character. And they was like, okay, we're going to destroy this universe, but we don't want to get rid of Miles Morales. Okay, cool. I understand. I understand that. That's fine. But then when he gets to our universe, here come an initiative that Marvel said, hey, let's do all new, all different. And let's make sure all of the characters are diverse. And let's make sure we make Miles Morales the front and center because he's going to be leading the charge. Why? Why? You didn't need to do that. Miles was fine. Yeah. He was fine on his own, doing his own thing and stuff like that. And yes, in the comic books, there were always meta commentary about, oh, you'll never be like the real Spider-Man. Oh, you're just a Spider Kid. Oh, you're just some knockoff. And they ran with it. They worked with it or whatever, and nothing was wrong with that. In the first couple of issues of the Spider-Man run, when after All New, All Different, it was literally Miles trying to figure out like, okay, I'm in this new world, but the history sort of changed where me and Peter has been in this world together, but I still remember my world, and people now see me as Spider-Man Jr., and they don't think I can do anything that Peter can do because they don't think I'm ready. That's a good story. That's a good story to tell. But then Marvel was like, and Miles Morales is going to be the main Spider-Man from now on. Oh, damn it. Oh, damn it, Marvel. Why? He was doing fine. And then people was like, oh, really? Oh, he's going to be the main Spider-Man over Peter Parker Spider-Man? Oh, I think not. And now we get this. What if Miles Morales? No. God, it's
and see, that's where I'm just like, I would have been fine if they had just like kept the book called Ultimate Spider-Man. It would have been fine because like whenever we're talking about Spider-Man, like there was that time when he was like, well, you had Otto Octavius in his mind, and everybody knows that when you're referring to that specific storyline, everyone knows, oh, that was Superior Spider-Man. Mm-hmm. So when you mention that shit, you know exactly what you're talking about. So if they had left his book Ultimate Spider-Man, all right, fine. I know exactly who I'm talking about when I say Ultimate Spider-Man. You talk about Miles Morales. When you don't do that shit and you just like have his book just called Spider-Man, well, now I have to tell you, like, well, no, not Peter, Miles, because his book is called Spider-Man, but it's not Peter and it's just about Miles. And I'm like, now you're making me do your work for you because you wanted to be lazy on this shit.
Exactly. And it's my thing is because this is another thing that's been going on, and again, I don't want nobody to think that I have some kind of hate against Eric July. I respect the man, but he's been the loudest about the Miles Morales tokenization thing or whatever. It's gotten people who've never even read Miles Morales and like, yeah, I hate the character too, and I'm like, why? Because he's nothing but a knockoff of Peter Parker. Okay, tell me how. Because he got bit by a spider. Okay. What else?
Like, and that
Exactly.
annoys me about it too. Like, I'm the same way. Like, I respect Eric. I still watch like his videos every day. I watch his
Yeah.
stream, or I try to watch his streams every day. But I'm also at the same point where I see people like in his chat and shit that I can tell, I know for a fact, y'all don't know shit about this character. You're just
Mhm.
going off of, well, I heard from this person that it's bad, so I'm gonna have the opinion that it's bad because if anyone challenges me, I'm gonna tell them to go watch his video. It's like, no, no, no. Build your own opinion. Be able to defend
Yeah.
that fucking position on your own. If you have no reason on your own, then you don't need to be speaking on it at all.
Exactly, and that's what bothers me the most with that whole thing. And again, I'm not. It's not Eric's fault. It's only because he's the most vocal about it. Is because Marvel did make Miles the face of the diverse movement because he came at a time where they really did want to do a diverse character, and they thought, hey, why don't we make Peter Parker? I mean, why don't we make Spider-Man black because it's in an alternate universe, as if they never had another race before be Spider-Man, which is kind of crazy that Brian Michael Bendis and them even brought that thing up. And then you have this character who's actually built up. That's the thing that bothers me the most is out of all the diverse characters, he's probably been the most fleshed out one, while the rest of them comes out of nowhere and they the bestest thing ever. They didn't have no training. They didn't have no doubts. They just came out of nowhere and was like, I have power and I can do whatever I want.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it. And I don't understand, especially like when when Miles Morales video game came out, it was the same talking points with that one too. It was like, oh, he's just a knockoff of Peter Parker. But most of them haven't played the video game. Hold on, what?
Like, y'all know nothing about the character. Y'all just know that y'all don't like it. Like, that's not okay.
Yeah. Now, all I'm saying is that characters after Miles, you might can make that argument, but you can't really do that with Miles Morales because it's just like pick up his comic book and see that this character has stood the test of time on his own. He made $1 billion, like it or fucking not. He's $1 billion character, and he can stand on his own. I don't need what if Miles Morales was another character. No, what if y'all tell better stories with Miles Morales with good writers, somebody that'll push the character. That's what I want. That's what I want from Miles Morales. No, I don't need the name change because guess what? We're not going to get it. That train has left the station a long time ago, and that was never coming back. So at this point, everybody that's talking about, oh, I think it'd be better if, come on now, y'all stop acting ignorant. Y'all know the damn difference between Spider-Man Peter Parker and Spider-Man Miles Morales. It ain't that goddamn hard. At this point, it's really not.
Especially because Miles isn't like one of those type of characters where you can say like, oh well, it's that type of like go broke type of shit. It's like, no, this is a character who's been around for now. He's been around for over 10 years. Like, you don't stick around that long without having some sort of success. And especially when you like look at his original storyline, like, okay, it made sense how he came across because like Peter Parker died, so obviously they needed somebody else to be Spider-Man. So I mean, you can have a problem with like it being him, but at the end of the day, they made it him. So that's just what it is. The story was told, it's been written, it's been drawn, people have read it, and they've told 10 years of stories since then. So you just got to accept the character exists. You know what I mean? It is what it is. If he's not for you, he's not for you, but he exists. You can't take that away from him.
But let's stop trying to say that he's a knockoff Peter Parker, because he's not. Because my thing is, y'all, before Miles Morales, there were other multiracial spider people before Miles Morales. You can't say, oh, Miles Morales is a knockoff, but you won't talk about the other spider people that came before him who were different races before. Like, let's stop pretending like this is the first time we ever seen a black person as Spider-Man. No, not really. We saw it in I think it was an Exile comic book where it was a black man being Spider-Man, but nobody said anything about it. Or Miguel O'Hara, who's the first Latino something. What he's a Latino or half something, whatever. It doesn't really matter, but he's still there. He was a multi-thingy, and if you really want to talk about a knockoff, read 2099 comic books. It was nothing but 2099 Goblin, 2099 Venom, 2099 Dr. Octopus. Like, they were literally taking Peter's characters and literally doing 2099 versions of them.
Mhm.
And y'all want to talk about Miles Morales? He doesn't do anything but fight Peter's same characters, and I'm like, no, he doesn't. If you actually read his comic book, he fights other characters besides the characters that Peter Parker fights. But again, when nobody's reading these comic books, nobody knows, and that's the sad thing right there. It's like you have a character that's actually can work, and he's working. What I would do, just title the book Ultimate Spider-Man. That's it.
Yeah.
You don't even have to
Yeah,
put Miles
that way-
Morales there. Ultimate
Yeah.
Spider-Man.
And
That's it. You put
Like,
Ultimate
that's how-
Spider-Man in
that's
front
how
of
it's sweet.
all of it. Just put Ultimate Spider-Man in front of all of Miles Morales. That's it. That's it.
Like, I don't
Yeah,
understand
do
why
it.
they won't do that. Just have some sort of way to like distinguish him from the others. Like, if you do that, I guarantee you, like, people will accept it because at least you're not just calling it Spider-Man. Because if they go to like the store and they have to decide, like, oh well, this book is called Spider-Man, but this one's called Amazing Spider-Man, but this one's about Miles and this one's about Peter. So like, which one? Like, they can understand, like, oh, this is Ultimate, this is Amazing. So this one's Peter, this one's Miles. That's all you got to do. When you try and just call the book Spider-Man, they're like, okay, but does Peter Parker ever come out? And it's like, no, this ain't his book. This is Ultimate Spider-Man and shit. And he's not even like the only one who's like a black Spider-Man. You also have, I have a figure of him actually, fucking Spider-Punk, Hobart Brown. Like I love that. I even fucking had it right here. I actually drew that character because I love that character design. Like, he just looks really cool, like with the spiked mohawk and shit. Where is it? It's in here somewhere. Actually, I still need to color this bitch. Now that I think about it, I did draw it, but I'm like, I need to color you because I went.
That's nice.
Thank you. I was like, I love the character, like the look and everything, like with the boots and shit. I was like, this looks nice, but I don't know why people are just like so willing. I get it. If you don't like the character, you don't like the character. That's fine. But if your only problem is that, well, he's a knockoff of this character, I'm like, okay, that doesn't tell me anything, though. Can you tell me anything else that you don't like about the character? If you read a storyline that you were like, you know what, I didn't like him in this storyline, so I decided not to read it. All right, cool. At least you gave it a shot. You read some of the books.
You gave it a shot.
Yeah,
but this excuse that he's a knockoff Peter Parker or he's a black spider character. Because be honest, the reason why I'm trying to get people to get off of that is because fans don't understand what it does. What Marvel's seeing and hearing right now is how racist you guys are being, to the point where they're trying to double down on Miles Morales right now because they think that you really hate him. But no, I don't hate him. But because you have loud people on YouTube saying that kind of rhetoric, and then the fans are going along with it, to Marvel, they're like, oh, so everybody hates Miles Morales because he's black now? How do we make them like him? Oh, I know. What if we do what ifs and we make him other superhero characters? Then they can see how amazing Miles is as Spider-Man to begin with and appreciate him. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, you didn't need to do it in the first place, but I already know why they're doing it, because they think that people are a little semi-racist, and that's why I really want the fandom to calm down and cut Miles some slack and stop pretending like the character's not a success or whatever, and stop pretending like he's nothing but a black Peter Parker, because both characters have different backstories. I don't remember Miles' mom and dad dying early in his life. I don't remember him living with his Uncle Aaron and his wife. I don't remember him going on a field trip and getting bit by a spider. You get what I'm saying? Like, if y'all really wanna talk about that kind of stuff, let's really talk. I remember Miles being 13 while Peter Parker was 15 going on 16 when he became Spider-Man. You know?
And that's where I'm seeing the problem too. I'm like, I don't want to jump straight to that assumption that people are just being racist, but it's getting to that point where we've become so like corrosive within the fan base that it's like anytime they see a character of a different race, they automatically assume like, oh, this book must be about this type of stuff, and it's like the character complaining about these type of things. It's like sometimes, it really depends on the writer, but the majority of the time, like, they are trying to like actually tell a story. Granted, it's not always a good story, but I mean, they are trying to tell a story and shit. And when you just immediately dismiss it as like, oh, well, that's just some woke bullshit, it's this SJW shit, I'm like, okay, hold on, but you don't know anything about this. They actually made a new character. You know what we're always saying? Make a new character. Well, they made one. Can you actually give it a shot without just assuming you already know what it's about? I mean, like I said, you might end up saying like, man, this was a waste of time. I shouldn't have read it. At least you read it and you know that they aren't doing anything good, at least by your estimation. And if so, that's fine. You gave it a shot. It didn't work. That's fine. But when you just automatically assume, oh, I already know what this shit is about. I know exactly what I'm going to be reading. No, you don't, because you've never seen this character. You've never read any of this shit. You have no way of knowing that. You need to actually be willing. That's what I'm saying. Like, I get where some people are just like, well, when people tell me in my comments, like, well, I've stopped reading anything from Marvel or anything, I'm like, okay, fine. I don't blame you. I'm not going to tell you you're wrong for that. But at the same time, I'm like, if you're going to want to be talking about this, at least be willing to engage with it on like an honest level. Like, actually engage with the work, judge it based off of its merits, and not just because you saw the writer tweet this like stupid thing. I'm like, I get it, the writer is stupid, but look at their work. I'm not trying to judge the person for who they are or what they believe. I'm judging them based off of their work. It's kind of like when you go to college and shit. Your fucking professor isn't judging you by how drunk you got last weekend. They're judging you by your essay, what you actually have to like produce. And that's what I'm willing to judge them off of. And so many people are just like, no, I know what they're about because I follow them on Twitter. Well, Twitter ain't a fucking real place. So that's not the way to judge someone. Like, it's not the way to go about it.
And it's been proven. That's why it's kind of funny when people still want to try to use Miles as like some kind of failure of a character or something like that. And I'm just like, but he hasn't. He's been around for over 10 years. Yeah, that stupid costume change is probably one of the most pandering bullcrap things I've ever seen. Trash. But his comic book sales aren't bad though. I mean, as much as I really wish I could really go and be like, oh, he sucked. No, not really. Not really. His comic books really perform well. They don't perform as well as they were when he first started. But that's because Marvel self-sabotaged with Marvel Now stuff. But he actually does pretty well. He sells pretty decent. People know the difference between Miles and Peter. I'm talking about like normal people. Like the echo chamber here, let's not, you know what I'm saying? And I understand it seems like I'm trying to shield or whatever for the character. But the only reason why I'm doing that is because I've read the books. And right now I'm going back and reading the Marvel stuff that is current continuity, and it's actually not bad. It's not bad. I was like, oh yeah, that's why I kind of like this. That's why I like this character. Okay, cool. You know what I'm saying? I don't feel like he's a knockoff Peter Parker. I just feel like he's a black teen who is Latino as well, who just happened to have fell into getting spider powers like Spider-Man. You damn Skippy, if I had Spider-Man powers like Spider-Man, I would call myself Spider-Man. Who wouldn't? Who wouldn't? Could you imagine today, like tomorrow, you wake up with Spider-Man powers? You tell me you ain't gonna call yourself Spider-Man? You damn Skippy, I'm calling myself Spider-Man. I'm calling myself Spider-Man. You can kiss my ass.
Oh my goodness.
You know? So
that's why I don't know.
Crazy.
I don't get it either. I'm just like, you have to be willing to at least give it a shot. I get it. Like, some people want to say, like, no, I'm not going to give them my money. And I've had people tell me that too. Like, why are you giving them your money? I'm like, my money's not going directly to Marvel. Like, when I go to the comic book store and buy my comics, they already paid for them. They already bought them. They had them shipped to the store, and now they got to sit with them. So I'm trying to help out my local business because I care about small businesses and shit. And the other thing is, like, you know, we support Comicsgate. I want Comicsgate comics to someday be in a comic book shop, but that's not going to happen if all the bitches are closed because they have nothing to sell.
That's true. That's definitely true.
I'm like, we got to keep them around. We got to like be able to grow this shit. I know y'all are trying to grow your shit, but I mean, we got to wait for y'all to get like to a point where you can do this shit with regularity. These companies, they're already doing it. And the fact of the matter is, every so often they actually put out a good story that I enjoy. So I'm willing to fucking buy that. I'm not going to sit here and say like, oh, well, I'm not going to buy any of that because of that time that this writer from Marvel said something on Twitter. I'm like, that's not enough of a reason to completely swear off everything from a company and shit. You know what I mean? Like, if I saw something like from someone who makes like, I don't know, cars or some shit that I didn't agree with, it's not like I'm going to be like, well, I'm never going to buy those cars again. If you make a good product, I'll fucking buy it. I don't care what your beliefs are.
Right. And I think another thing is, once we got to Marvel Now and we got the character Kamala Khan became the worst out of what she became the lead example of why people hate diversity characters, and because Miles kind of started it, is like all of the initial hatred of it and all the wrongs that Miss Marvel brought, and then after that, all the other characters that came after her threw onto Miles, and I'm just like, my fucking god! Like, I really wish they didn't create those diversity inclusion characters for Marvel now. Like when Miles came into the Marvel universe, the main continuity, that was it. We shouldn't have did no more new characters for a while now. But no, they had to do an initiative. You know what I'm saying? It is just Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. And that's why I'm more aggravated. I'm not as mad with the what if Miles Morales. I think it's stupid and I think it's self-sabotage, but I'm more pissed off with the Gwenverse shit because it's like you're beating a dead horse. It's already dead, and you keep going back to his grave. You dig it up, and it's already skeleton. And you're like, I gotta beat it again. Bro, it's been dead for 50 years. No, it pissed me off, so I gotta beat it again. And that's what they're doing. And that's what they're doing with some of these characters. And what needs to happen with some of these diverse characters is they need to go through a hero's journey and need to be challenged. Right now, I think Samik Amanhan or whatever is writing the current Miles Morales story. It's not the best story, but with Miles Morales, you need some talent on there. You need some talent. Oh God, I'm gonna throw up regret saying this. Dan Slott.
Oh God.
I know.
I mean,
but because he wrote Spider-Man for 10 years, it's been consistent. I mean, even though it's been trash. It's been a lot of that run ain't been all that great. But if you can get somebody like Dan Slott who actually just wanted to tell Spider-Man stories that he can like really do something fresh that he couldn't do with Peter Parker, give him Miles Morales. That's the only reason I'm saying that. I don't really want Dan Slott on nothing anymore. But I'm just saying, if you had to do something, you need a big name person. And I think like a person like Dan Slott probably could, because then he can do things with Miles as long as Marvel say, hey, no touchy origins. No. You don't touch origins. You don't retcon no origins. You leave alone. Like, yeah. They're like,
that's what I'm also saying too, because like you said, like they just don't have the right kind of talent writing these books. Like I'll go ahead and give it to Miles. Like his book went for like what, over 30 issues. Like when you have all of their other shit, like with the Captain Marvel that's been rebooted I don't know how many times, and the bitch can never get up to like issue 20 because then they have to cancel it and restart it again. It's like y'all don't see that being a problem when people have to constantly, like, as soon as they start getting into it, you cancel and it's like, okay, now we're starting over with a brand new creative team. It's like, well, then what was the point of me getting invested in the last one? Y'all are just going to restart this shit again before I'm even 20 issues deep into it. It's not like the old days where X-Men ran for like what, fucking 300 issues and shit. Like,
right.
You're not having anything like that.
Kate.
Yeah.
Did something happen to your drawing?
I'm just done with my drawing for like the night, you know. I just wanted to get it done with, I guess.
All right. I thought something had a glitch or something happened. I just want to make sure.
It's fine.
Andrea said, as a woman, Kate, thoughts on Avengers Age of Ultron scene where Captain America rips the wood.
What? I'm trying to remember that movie. I can't remember the movie.
The scene where Tony Stark and Captain America was out in the field and they were talking, and Captain America was cutting wood and he got into an argument with Iron Man and he took the wood and he ripped it with his bare hand.
Rips it in half.
That. I thought they meant a different wood. I was gonna be like, dude, there wasn't anything that, hot in this.
We already saw Chris Evans' wood.
Oh my god!
I saw that picture. I'll drink to that.
I was like, is that his? Does he know?
That's America's dick right there.
I guess we're like done with like most of what we've established talking about. I don't really think. Let me rewind a little bit and see what we missed last week because I knew we missed something. Oh my god! Now I remembered.
Wow.
Remember that book we were talking about, Trey? The one where they were trying to aim at kids, Batman and Robin, and Howard.
Oh,
my.
God! That book makes Bobby.
Yeah, let's end this on a funny note because this is a very ridiculous story, and it makes me sad to see who they bring in. I mean, I'll give credit where credit is due because the same person who drew the book wrote the book. So it's like you can do two things. Okay, cool for you. You got your own series of whatever. Cool, good for you. But this was not one of your best works. But at least you did a lot of work. But it wasn't good in my personal opinion.
Oh my Lord! Hold on. Okay, you got it pulled up so I can just share it to everybody on the screen. Holy crap! Wait,
I got it pulled up? No, not right now.
So the artist is also the writer. Oh God! Well, that explains so much. That explains so much with this book. Because
I give credit where credit is due. At least he did the entire thing, which I can be impressed about. But you don't see a lot of social justice morons writers doing that. So it's like if they had to do it on their own, they would have to not do the project because they didn't have anything there.
I mean, I can respect him not having to split that paycheck. He's like, oh, don't worry, you don't have to hire an artist. Yeah. I've got all of it covered.
Yep.
And what Howard? Yeah, that's what the thing's called. Hold on, let me.
A random name too.
It makes me want to goddamn throw up looking at it. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, here.
Isn't it that kind of like childish type of like crayon type drawing?
Oh, I'm about to share it. I am about to share it. Hold on. Holy crap! It's ugly. Okay. Ugh. Gross.
Yeah, why is Robin looking at him like as if Howard just did something sus? Like Howard's looking at him like, yo, he's looking at him like, yo, you need a dime bag?
Yeah, it's so weird because like I was this was the thought that came through to me all the time when I was reading this book was, okay, Dick. Oh wait, no, he's not Dick. He's Damien. This is Damien, guys. This is Damien. He doesn't look anything like Damien. And they had one student in the fucking book that looked more like Damian Wayne than Damien did in this fucking book. And I'm like, is it really hard to just give him a little bit of tan skin, just a little bit, just a tiny bit? No.
And why is Batman peeking in the window like some sort of pedo? He's back there just like, what you kids doing? He's literally back there like, you kids want to see a dead body?
He's watching out for his son, man.
He could have at least opened the door.
Well, he is Batman. He's not supposed to really technically be there.
That's true. And this is school. I'm assuming this has to be like, 7:45, 8 o'clock in the morning. Yeah. And he's out there in full drags in the middle of the sunlight and shit. Like, why are you dressed like that?
Yeah.
Oh God, it's an ugly book. Like I was like, I'm not gonna lie, Kate. I barely made it through. I was like, all right.
I went through it all, and all I have to say is that I was disappointed because you have all these different things. Like, okay, so we have Damian Wayne getting sent to another school because of trying to fit in and stuff, and then you have Howard, the I guess friendly neighborhood student. I don't know. He's the go-lucky student everybody likes, and it's like the popular kid, that kind of thing. And I'm just like, okay, so when are we getting to anything good? And I know this is meant for kids, whatever. At least it's a little better than, I Am Not Starfire. That was a terrible read. I still haven't gotten over that hangover.
I've never read it. I remember I went to my local Barnes & Noble like 3-4 months after it came out, and they still had all the copies they had ordered.
Well, look at the artist. That's Jeffrey Brown, and I'm like, interesting. This white man did this terrible drawing. Oh God. Oh, they give anybody a job. They give anybody a job.
Yeah, let's
And
just
you
move on to what made this book hilarious to me was having Batman stuck in a fucking locker room closet for like 50% of the book, and I'm just like, uh, when are you gonna escape, Batman? You're the world's greatest detective. What can you do to get out of this mess?
Yeah.
Nothing. I needed Robin, and I'm like, you could call for help. Nope, my charger is in this Batmobile, and I'm just like, you could, tell someone, knock on the fucking window really hard or do something, break the window. You have strength. You have strength. You can outsmart any villain, but you're telling me a school soccer coach locked you in there and you can't get out anyway.
Let's
What?
just examine that. Let's unpack it for a second. So Batman needed a young child to come help him come out of the closet. How?
It sounds terrible when you say it out loud.
I mean, when you say it out like that, that's what I'm wondering. Was this what he had on the sticky note? Like, Batman needs to get out of the closet, needs a child. Like, how did you come up with this plot to begin with? Oh my god.
Fucking ridiculous. But as we go on, look,
I have no idea. I really don't know, to be honest. Like, oh, jeez, and it's ugly. I'm getting tired of these damn YAs. Matter of fact, no, screw that. I'm getting tired of America in general getting damn lazy with art in general and expect us to pay for this shit. No, I'm sorry. I rebuke in the name of Jesus. I'm doing
Especially
part of the game method, Andreas. He can't crawl through the air vent because it's too small, because he's too fat. Well, it looks that way to me. But as I went on through the book, we had Damian Wayne making friends with Howard, who is the second main character, and the only good character throughout this entire book was Dribble, and Dribble was a fucking little dog, and that's the only good character I liked. He had some good major development throughout the entire book. I really like the part where, he took someone's laundry and never returned it. That's my favorite part.
That's crazy.
You have the heads be more entertaining than the actual main characters. And then Damien does the stupid thing. And I'm just like, okay, we're taking, Tim Drake out of this. We're taking Dick Grayson out of this. We're taking Jason Todd. And, Damien can't talk with other people. I mean, we don't even have Cassandra Cain, Stephanie Brown. We don't have any other characters outside of Alfred in the Batcave or the mansion. And it's just like, come on, you got to at least have one of those Batgirls or, other Robins there to have Damien communicate with. You can't be telling me he's alone and we don't have any of those other supporting characters there aside from Alfred helping him. You can't tell me that. You cannot tell me that. Because they either A, have to go to the cave for other supplies, or B, report in with Bruce. And if Bruce was stuck in a fucking closet for the entire, week, most of the spring break in the book, and you're telling me Nightwing didn't go and ask, hey, Damien, where's Bruce? I kind of need to talk to him. Or any of the other characters who need to talk to him. It's kind of like, maybe we should go and look for him. That would be the first response, like Alfred contacting, Superman or the Justice League or the other Robins to help. That's the first thing I would do with Alfred, just contact everyone else to help, not Damien. It's just, it's there.
Can you imagine all of his rogues gallery taking over the entire city because he was locked in the closet of a damn elementary school? How did that happen? How could you have let that happen, Batman? So you were stopped by a wooden door and a lock. Thank God we have you taking care of the Joker.
My thing is, so all of his mastery of escape artistry just went out the window?
Yep. Everything went out the window. Hell,
okay.
He could.
All right.
Oh, what was really funny though? What was really funny was that they took this time to have him interact with all these different things. You had the soccer coach put in all this stuff so Batman wouldn't stop him from getting the promotion of, getting to another team. And I'm like, all this over a guy wanting a promotion to another team. This doesn't make any sense. And you're telling me he's too entertained by the idea of interacting with machineries or all this other stuff that guy put into that closet. Was nobody in the locker room, as a kid, just wondering why the fuck is our soccer coach putting all this shit into the closet? Like, hey, sir, why the hell are you doing this? Like, are you planning a party? Like, are you a creep? That kind of thing.
Was the soccer coach at least like sports master or something? Like, was it at least a villain, or was it just some
No,
schmo with like a
just
big?
random soccer coach. I would have accepted sports master because I would have not. I mean, I would have believed if this guy wrote this and went like, "Hey, it's Coach Master." Sounds. I'm not Coach Master. Sports Master sounds like a cool sports name. I'm gonna use that character. That would have been more fucking hilarious than anything.
So
It's just a coach.
So basically, what I'm getting here is Batman versus the closet versus the coach.
Coach put Batman into closet. He can't get out for like a half a week, and it's just like, okay. And what makes this worse? Let me take a quick sippy sip because I know I've been like rambling.
This got to be the most dumbest story I've ever heard.
But as Damien interacting with the other kid, Howard, they kind of have an off and on friendship. It's just like, oh, they got off on the wrong foot. It develops, blah, blah, blah. I don't really care. And as we go on, Damien tells Howard he's Robin, son of Batman. And I'm like, it took you a week? Well, didn't the League of Assassins and, Bruce put you some kind of training to not have you tell people who you are and, keep it to yourself, that kind of thing, instead of letting yourself be like, I need to talk about this. And it's like, I get it, you're a kid, you want to tell people about how you're feeling right now. But maybe, just maybe, use one of the side characters and talk to them. Why are you not including the other Bat family members? That seems very annoying to me. And it feels like a wasted, potential for the other characters. Yeah, this story was terrible. But what could have fixed it was, interaction between the Bat family. At least then it would have been interesting, I guess, or more of a joke. I think more of a joke at this point because I was laughing the entire time.
Yeah,
I was
Jonathan can't get replaced. Yeah, I mean, this is. But my thing is, why are we writing dumbed down stories for kids though?
Because we want to grow the fan base. That's the number one thing that they want to do with these YA novels, and I feel like that's a good idea. But they have to, understand, stick with the source material, and keep it at a good, use these good plots, but don't bring anyone who doesn't know what they're doing in, because there have been plenty of good, people who can tell good kid stories using characters like Superman, Batman, without, breaking their character. This one broke Bruce's character, but again, I'm not saying all, YA novels are bad. There are very, very good ones that are, amongst the trash pile of DC's bullcrap. It just takes time digging.
It's become to the point where they're so used to writing down to the audience, and it's like it creates the issue, like you said, when you're completely changing the way the character is presented in your story, because you're expecting this child to not just read this story but to grow up and read the other comics. And it's like, if they're reading that and then they go over to like the actual ones, they're like, but wait, this isn't like the Batman that I grew up reading, like, he's completely different. Well, yeah, now you've created this problem because you're not writing the character the same. And I mean, like, we grew up like with Batman the animated series, Superman the animated series, and I remember they adapted like the comics and shit like from like those shows. And I mean, it was still very much the same tone of the series, but at the same time, it was like simplified stories of them just like bad guy does thing, Superman goes and beats up bad guy, now everything is fine. And it was still like they did that and still made it interesting. So you didn't have to be a child to enjoy the story.
Yeah,
but if you were a child, you could understand it. So I mean, like, them doing this, I'm like,
it's just like how Andrea Romano said when they were doing the whole animated universes, when she cast the character, the voices and stuff like that, and they were talking about stories, they said that they never wanted to do stories that talk down to the audience. They wanted to do stories that were mature, but entertaining for the kids where they can still understand it without it going over their head. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, I think you guys succeeded. We are fond of these shows because you didn't treat us like we were idiots. You didn't treat us like we were children. You treated us like we were human beings who could understand what we were watching. And we did. We understood what we were watching. Yeah, we might screw up some names or some dates or locations, but we got the gist of the story that you were trying to tell us.
Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with that at all. I just don't understand why get so lazy with the YA. But I think besides I Am Not Starfire, I think one of the worst YAs I've read was A Ocean Between, that Jackson Hyde Aqualad one. That thing, that book was drawn disgustingly. I mean, it's not an ugly book, but though they were trying to draw water and it looked like cum all over the damn pages. I was like, who drew this shit? Who It looked like Jackson Hyde nutted in every part of the book. And they were trying to create like this watery feeling, but when you open the book, it looks sticky. Like I was like, how did
you just like, what in the bukkake is going on in this book?
Like that book was so weird, and I'm just like, okay, so this is your first, like it was one of the first few YAs that came out for the first run, and they were literally pushing that on the people, and people were just like, they don't want it. And like, look at it. I know you've probably seen the book before them. It looks like it just looks gross. It looks gross, to be honest. I mean, I think I don't know. I don't know if that. I mean, Batman and Howard is probably the worst looking one. I Am Not Starfire is just a crime because I don't think Starfire will ever push that piggy beast ugly oompa loompa chocolate drop shit face out of her pussy. I'm sorry.
I'm just like, I don't know if they're trying to get a jump on this shit where they're like, well, maybe if we get the kids to accept terrible art, then they won't have any high expectations when they grow up and read the later comics.
I've seen so many of those reviews on Amazon and stuff about this kind of thing. And I've seen parents be like, oh, I can't believe DC even made this for my little whatever my name of child is below right here. They throw a lot of temper tantrums for sure, yeah. Like when they're going into a bad review. But I expect that when it looks like shit, and when the child asks questions like, "What, mommy? Why are these girls kissing each other?" That kind of thing, and they just unleash on that, and I get it. Like they weren't expecting that, and people who are kid book buyers just go like, "Hey, DC Comics, I remember growing up with those," and bam, they hand over that to their kids, and their kids are like, "I don't understand why this how are these two related?" or whatever kind of question they have about the YA novel, and I get it. You need to be more supervising of the book, but that's not their job to go look at every freaking cover. People just trust that hey, it's a YA novel for kids. I shouldn't be expecting it to be going straight back to LGBT stuff or stuff I don't know about or whatever. They should be able to trust. Oh fuck! Damn, my mic. They should be able to trust the companies without having to look at the rating or whatever they're putting onto the back. And it's just like you think parents need to always do analyze the entire book before they give it to their kids. Some parents even analyze it and then they don't even give their kids that book and they can't even return it. There are some places that just won't accept those refunds, and it's just like
it really shouldn't be up to these companies, these creators and shit to decide when parents should be talking to their kids about these different subjects like LGBT things like that. Like if your kid has no experience with that and all of a sudden they're coming to you like, well, I read in this Batman book that there's this gay couple. What does gay mean? And you're like, yo, we're not ready to have this conversation because you're not old enough to really understand it. Like, it shouldn't be up to these people trying to shoehorn this shit in. Like, oh, now this can be the book you talk to your kids about this. Well, how about you let me wait until my child is old enough to where I feel comfortable talking to them about it. It shouldn't be up to you to decide that for me.
It just reminded me of that show from TLC, I Am Not Jazz, where that boy was going through that transition, and I'm just like, wait, whoa, time out, pause, rewind, go back to number one. Like, hold on, what are we doing? What are we doing? The child's not 16 yet, and we're doing sex changes. Whoa, hold on, rewind, back up. No, too early. This stuff is too early. This is too breast enhancements. Why? He's not even 17 yet. What are we doing? What are we doing? You took what? Testosterone suppressants at the age of 5? What? Hold on. What are we doing?
That's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like a lot of that shit has become like such a fad that you have children who believe, like back in the day, just like when kids like myself like grew up not understanding, like, okay, well, I don't really feel like I fit in with people. It had nothing to do with my sexuality. It was just like because I liked reading books and I liked art, where other kids like my age, like boys my age, liked sports and shit like that. I was like, that's just not me. But I wasn't gonna take that shit to be like, well, maybe I'm actually supposed to be a girl. But you're getting that shit with people today when they watch a show like I Am Jazz. They're like, well, maybe it's because I'm actually supposed to be a girl. You're going to be creating problems for your kids, and if you allow the shit and just tell them like, oh, you're right, let's go ahead and get you on hormone therapy, let's get you these these fucking cosmetic surgeries and shit. Now you're destroying their life before they've even started to live it. Like there needs to be some sort of like some thinking on the parents' part. Like, I need to not just give in to what my child is saying because they're the child, I'm the adult. I know better than that, and I need to tell them, yo, just wait until you're at least 18, and then we can have that conversation.
For me, I'd be like, if you can take this ass whooping for 5 days straight, then you can do whatever you want to then. I triple dog dare you to call defects. I wish you would, because we're at a point where we got these kids telling the parents what to do. Hold on. I wish I could say that to my mama.
Imagine that shit. The other day, I was at Walmart and I saw so many parents with their kids like, okay, well, which toy do you want? Man, when I was a kid, the most I could do would come and be like, hey, mom, I want this toy. No, it's too expensive. Find a different one. All right, I'm gonna be right back then. Like, it was none of that. Like, well, which one do you want? Okay, that one, and you want that one. All right, put them both in the basket. No, it was none of that shit. It was like, yo, I will tell you what you can have. It's not up to you to come and tell me what you want.
Pretty much, and it's really crazy how all of that works, and all of this is starting to transition into the whole media in general, because we have this whole thing where you got people to this day talking about comics have always been woke or whatever. And I'm just like, I don't think you understand. I don't think you think that word means what you think it means when people say that, because comics has not always been agenda driven or political. Yes, political themes are in books, but that's in everything besides just comic books. But right now we're seeing it where they're even trickling down to YA books that are literally supposed to be for kids. Tell me how I Am Not Starfire, Ocean Between Us, and a Poison Ivy book that focus on LGBT themes is for a child ages 6 and up. What? Excuse me? And you're trying to sell it. You're trying to sell it in Scholastic Times. What? Why? One book looks like cum dripped all over it. The other book has fat bitch on it, and the other one completely destroyed what Poison Ivy is as a character and made her a lesbo. I'm confused. Like,
and it's just exactly like you said. Like, they have always had like these different like political points in them. Yeah, they were present. That we can't deny that. If you read the books, it's like, yeah, they were trying to make some points, but that wasn't the whole purpose of why they sat down to write the story. If you like look at someone like Stan Lee, who said his whole goal was to someday write the great American novel. He was not trying to write the great political propaganda. He was there to be like, I want to be like Shakespeare. I want to write stories that are timeless, that anybody can read and just enjoy it. He wasn't all worried about the political themes. That's why he even said in an interview, like when I would do that, I would put it in the background. I would have it like in the like background imagery or something like that. It was never the forefront of the story. I wasn't trying to beat the reader over the head with this. It was all about just trying to like make it to where people reading can be like, okay, this is socially relevant, but at the same time, it's a story. The story and the characters come first, then anything trying to like tie it to where people can feel like, oh, this feels like the world I'm living in. That was in the background because that's how everything is. Your whole life doesn't revolve around your politics or your social experiences. It's about you just trying to live your life, go to your job, deal with your family and friends. Like that's your life, and everything else is just background noise. And that's how they tried to do it back in the day. But now they want to act like, well, see how you can see this theme in there in the background? That means they were actually trying to make this very like major political point. No, they weren't. They had it there so that way you understood like what time period this is set in. But beyond that, they just cared about the story and the characters, and nobody really gives a shit about that anymore.
And that's true. And yes, I do know about Duffamine. She's been reviewing almost every YA book, and she said the worst one is Mom, Mother of Madness, but that's not a DC book. That is its own separate thing. It's a book that the Mother of Dragons wrote, featuring Dazzling Kate. They like this terrible book.
I will agree 100% that is the worst book ever put out from any comic book publisher. And the fact that it came from Image is just terrible. Like I had to struggle to get through the first one. I did a review for it, so if you haven't seen that video, go watch it. But I did a review for that one. Terrible book. I bought the second book, and I couldn't get past the first page. I read the first page, I was like, no, I'm done. I'm good. I don't need any more of this. And I put it away, and I haven't thought about it.
We're never going back to that book ever again.
To be honest, I couldn't make it after issue number 1. I was just like, you know what? I don't even care anymore where the story's going. This is gross. This is gross. Even fact, the matter that we're even having period blood as a reason why you get powers, I can't deal with it no more. Because it just
this kind of natural stuff didn't exist, so it doesn't give people like this stupid ideas and be like, hey, that would be a pretty cool superpower. Armpit hair? No.
And like fucking flatulence and shit. Like, what? What are you doing?
It's kind of weird. It makes me think, well, if her armpits can do it, does that mean down there can? Oh my god, no.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine the super pubes? Oh god. Super bush. Just one bush to rule them all. I cannot imagine.
Don't give her any more ideas. I already
the fact that she can only use her powers for 7 days is okay, and it comes from her menstrual cycle. I mean, you know, there's some sick shit, to be honest. And you know what? No offense. People like Amelia Clark is the reason why they look at women with a side eye, who say they want to do. They're like, oh, I wasn't involved. I didn't never feel wanted or whatever. Yeah, because you write dumb shit like this.
Oh my god, this made me think of an earlier video. You guys probably wouldn't really know it, but it made me think about this one YouTuber who actually reviewed this. Well, not reviewed, but like answered a video about this guy who liked his girlfriend's periods, like, and talked about it. Like he liked talking about it, and I'm like, what the fuck? Are we getting up to this level of stupidity with like writers now that we have to do something like, do I have to go into the trash bag and go like, I can make a superpower based off of this disgusting, smelly bottle of cleaning detergent? How did it get dirty? Detergent. God, no. Nope.
Oh god.
Oh god. That sounds gross.
Yeah.
That sounds gross. I mean, oh, sorry, Kate. Sorry.
No, I was just mumbling to myself. Oh wow, 4 hours. Oh my goodness. We should
What's
probably
crazy?
wrap it up today.
Oh shit!
What's crazy is, like Super Straight said, the art is good, but the story is trash. I'm just like, yeah,
It's
you're
the
right.
worst.
Story's terrible. Story's
It-
absolutely
it's
terrible.
trashy. It's
The art
trashy.
was okay, but
Glad
yeah,
you're gonna
Yeah. And,
lose.
and before I leave, guys, I just want to say, I don't agree with Xena the Warrior Princess and Gabrielle being a couple. I don't care what anybody says.
we just got to make sure we have that on record.
Yeah, I mean the only reason why I'm saying that is because I think I've quite known on my channel that I've said how many times I like my Xena the Warrior Princess. I like my Boo, but I was watching it recently and I was just like season 5 and season 6 felt like because we were at a transition where it was okay to let LGBT stuff in. They were like, let's queer bait as much as we can in this show, even though both women were into men throughout the show. I don't know. I just find it weird. I find it weird, and I feel like that's what killed the show for a lot of people. And I know I'm probably going to get some Xena and Gabrielle stands probably going to come on video later on like, you homophobic. No, I'm just being honest. I'm just being honest. They can sure be in love with them or whatever, but I don't know. And then I was reading some Xena the Warrior Princess comic books, some recent ones, and now they're retroactively adding where Xena and Gabrielle are now a couple, even before like they died and Gabrielle got a haircut. And I'm just like, all right, see, now y'all screwing this up for me, because we're not doing that right now. Both women like men. They had to like men because they have ancestry in the present timeline. And you're over here like, oh no, they're lesbians. And I'm just like, how? If they have Xena has a child, have 2 kids, Gabrielle has to have children eventually. I don't know. Whatever. I'm just saying, sorry. Just wanted to throw it out there as my random thing that I talk about. Anybody else got one random thing they need to say before we night go off or whatever?
Not really. All I know is that after this, I know for like, wait, we should probably answer a question. Like, should we be doing this like next week, considering it's going to be like Thanksgiving weekend, or should we take a break on that? Like, so anyone who's watching right now doesn't go like, oh, can't wait to see you next week. Like, that's a big question because I'm like,
oh yeah. Hey guys in the chat, if you guys are still here, do you want us to do one next week? Let me know. That would be that'd be something that the audience need to check out. But yeah.
Yeah, I think I might take a break on that time, but I don't know.
If they, like I said, like if somebody wants to still do it, I try to comply because hey, we trying to be better than what the people is.
Exactly. If y'all are tired of your families after Thanksgiving, then hey, I guess we could get up on here and just talk to each other and talk about whatever.
Talk about dumb shit. Like y'all can be entertained by us.
So
right. It's like John being by or the Well of Souls. Let's see. Gabrielle yanked me closer at her Universal Studios, and I had a crush on her, so I'm okay with that. And yes, do it. Okay, so it looks like 3. Nope, it's 3 people. 3 people so far saying yeah.
Oh boy. I can make it. I just wanted to see if everything.
Yes, and also, Kate, how do you feel about Thanksgiving? It's cool if you can't make it though. Super straight. Already like I don't
know. The first thing that pops into my head is like the most of just normal basic Thanksgiving stuff. Like, what do you think us Native Americans do? Like, we go around.
So wait a minute. So you're saying you don't immediately think about the Trail of Tears?
Not really. I just don't really care. Yeah, it happened, but it's like, oh my god.
Ooh,
That's
do
what I'm
y'all-
saying.
Weird to go into, you know?
is it ham and turkey there? Is it ham and turkey for you guys, Kate, or is there another exotic meat or something? Because some
Oh
people,
yeah, we totally go and get our deer. Like my grandpa goes up like up north, way up
deer.
north. Gotta get like a big giant deer. Like
Nice.
I've never tried deer, but my grandpa has had it. And I wonder how deer tastes. Like that's my kind of thing. Does it taste
Like,
salty?
could you imagine your grandpa comes home with a big old deer and he just puts it on the table and he's like, "We're having deer, everybody."
I mean, like
Oh,
in my family, my grandpa and my dad still does sometimes, but my grandpa used to hunt and he would like bring home deer meat. And my grandma never liked it. She was like, I only like have it around because he wants to eat it. So like that's the only reason it's in the freezer. But I don't like deer meat. I've never eaten it either. So I'm like, I don't know.
yeah, me neither. I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you, Kate. I'm just saying, we a ham and turkey kind of family over here.
With my family, it's just turkey, but I'm also this year, my boyfriend and I are doing a Friendsgiving with some of our friends. And since we're all going to have turkey the next day, because we're doing it the day before, they're like, well, we'll go ahead and just do a ham for that. And then the next day, everyone's going to have turkey. So we're like, all right, fine. So apparently, I'm doing both.
Yeah. I think we're supposed to be doing both this year too. And as long as I get me some macaroni and cheese, I am a happy camper. And harvest apples. I love
Oh,
I love when the apples are all
ooh, maybe we should like when we get back on here for like Black Friday. Like, oh wait, it is gonna be Black Friday. Like,
Oh, it is going to be Black Friday.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Woo!
I think we should just like relax a little on like the conversation unless something big and major happens with like the industry. I think it would be more fun to tell like the audience how we like what we do for Thanksgiving and stuff. I think that's a more relaxing topic where everyone can join in and be like, hey, yeah, we do this too, that kind of thing.
And
Yeah, we can show like some pictures of our spread.
Yeah,
Ooh.
I just thought about something too. We completely were talking so much that we barely interacted with the audience. I just realized that, and normally we do.
That is true. But hey, I mean, the conversation was that good. So don't worry, guys. On the next one, we promise we will be more attentive to the chat because we do care what y'all have to say.
We sure do, guys. We just got the conversation got away from us. I am so sorry, guys.
We were kind of like pissed off about the entire few things, like John's kiss. That was like, oh.
I mean, I just really, to be honest, I really wish it could have worked. What, like, first off, the drawing is decent, but that placement of how they were kissed doesn't make no logical sense.
The aftermath just makes me annoyed most of the time.
Yeah, I don't know. I just out of all the kisses I've seen or something like that, I don't know.
It wasn't filled with anything.
I expected more. I just expected a better setup for it.
Yeah, for all of the buildup and the hype and everything, I was like, I mean, there was nothing there for me to like feel special too. Like I was like that's it.
Something. Give me some sobby Disney Channel kiss or something. Damn.
Exactly. Make it a Hallmark special in this book. If you're building up this kiss, build it up like that. Make me feel like I just went through some sort of emotional journey to get here. Instead, you're trying to do this whole thing where he's been run ragged trying to save people. I'm like, okay, but what does that have to do with Jay? You know what I mean? It has nothing to do with the rest of the story.
Like, give me that. Give me what High School Musical did. Remember in the first movie, every time Troy and Gabriella was about to kiss, it get blocked.
Yeah.
And in the second movie, it took towards the end of the movie for them to finally kiss. And you like, thank Jesus! Finally, they kissed. We've been waiting for y'all asses to kiss for 2.5 movies, and it finally worked. And it made sense. The buildup was there. It's the same thing with like Wiccan and Hulkling. It took them all the way to Children's Crusade to finally have their first on-screen kiss, but it was worth it because it was such a buildup towards it. This one just came out of nowhere. And no offense, I don't care what none of y'all say. Jay came off predatorial.
Yeah, it was really
That's
creepy,
how I feel about
especially when you remember the true age of John. it would be one thing if if it was like, you know, way before, and they actually kept John the same age, but with this it just felt very weird because you know how like Jay, he probably knew that John was like still a kid mentally, because you can't be telling me this guy isn't, you know, old thinking right, because you know his body aged up quickly, and you can't tell me otherwise. You just can't. There has to be
Yeah.
some kind of effect to the head or something.
No, I definitely agree with that one. I definitely agree with that one. And then the atmosphere wasn't even romantic. It was more creepy than anything. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah. Like
I,
even
I mean,
literally like that panel where he starts to like go in for the kiss. Like you can see he has this like weird ass hypnotic background behind him where it's like all of a sudden all just kind of like swirls and like squiggles and
Whoa.
shit. I'm like,
yeah,
what is that? What is that? Nah.
Maybe it's his other superpower he didn't tell us about. That could be it. He's probably
I'm
hypnotized.
telling you, I'm telling you. Once I saw those two girls that were from the Suicide Squad and they were working with Jay, I was like, oh, the
Mm.
Amanda Waller never takes in people who haven't did a crime. They did a crime. That means Jay's involved, and I'm telling you, it's going to be a betrayal where it's going to break Superboy's heart, and I'm going to be like, get your. What do you mean? What are you going to do? You're John Kent. You're Superboy. Get yourself together. Like,
Mm.
let's
It's nothing
go.
but scandal, schemes, and scams. That's all it is here.
Right. Oh, by the way, did any of you guys notice in DC comic books how recently, with Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman, they've been slowly trying to introduce the Wildstorm universe characters into their books?
I did
Right.
notice that. Yeah, that's pretty interesting.
It's
It
funny
seems
that
like they're
they
finally
continue
trying to do something with those characters. Like they've
that
had
we've
them
been
for
begging
so
for.
long, they might as well.
Yeah, that we've been begging for.
Mm.
Oh,
Hopefully.
one more thing we forgot to say was the Wonder Woman thing, because I wanted to talk about the Wonder Woman thing when Kate was talking about the whole Justice League queer, and they're going against Minister Blizzard, who is a Wonder
Mm.
Woman villain. Tell me why the hell Wonder Woman's not going against her own damn villain instead of Justice League gay?
I mean, that's the question. Is like, could they not come up with their own character for like them to go up against or something? Like,
I
apparently they
feel
have
like
to borrow from other people.
I feel like there's going to be a writer that's going to make a villain called Gay Queen. Yeah,
Oh, they already had that in Batgirl. Remember, and they had to apologize for making the transgender character and shit the fucking villain and whatnot.
oh yeah, but I'm just saying they'd be like, I'm the queen of gays, and I can control all LGBT people with a look. And then the Justice League queer think that they're safe, but then end up having to be saved by the straight league. I'm joking. Like, that would be a fucked up story. Or even then, um, we can do the reverse where she can control all straight people, but if you gay, you can't. She can't control you, even though she's called herself the gay queen. But she can make all non-straight people. I mean, all straight people under her control. So it's up to the Justice League queer to stop her. And I just would have been like, I'm done. I'm done.
So what we gonna call her, Madame Roofy?
I mean, if you want to,
I mean that, as far as I know, that's the only way the gay people can control the straight people. Because like they can't take them in a fight. It's got to be
that's
some
true.
drugs involved.
That is definitely true. That is definitely true. But I'm just bullshit because I don't understand why Justice League queer needs to be there when that's Wonder Woman's villain. So why isn't Wonder Woman fighting her own villain?
It doesn't need to exist. None of it needs to exist.
Yeah, you're right. I just kind of find it weird when I remember when Kate was telling me about it, and I was like, "What do you mean Justice League queer is coming back?" And then she's like, in a special, and they're going against Minister Blizzard. And then when I looked them up, they're like, "Oh, it's one of Wonder Woman's villains from the Silver Age." And why isn't Wonder Woman fighting them though? Like, I mean, can we give some love to Wonder Woman's villains, Rogues Gallery? It's already bad enough for Rogues Gallery to come out of nowhere hardly. Like, you do a Christmas
apparently not.
special and you literally ignore Wonder Woman. over Justice League Queer. Okay, I guess they're gonna make icy gay jokes. It's gonna be
I wouldn't be
cool to get
surprised, quite
inside of
honestly.
you.
I wouldn't.
Nice, very ice of you to get to know you. Like, and I'll just be like, shut up. Like, y'all trying to get gay and icy themed with this book. And it makes no logical sense. And can somebody cancel Harley Quinn? Like, cancel Harley Quinn's book? It's ugly. It's
terrible.
ugly.
It's absolutely terrible.
It is garbage. Yeah, I mean, it is a garbage ass book. I don't know if any of you guys been trying to read it, but it's ugly. It's ugly. It's a struggle. And I know Dylan's best friend likes it, but I was like, no, this book ugly.
Oh wow.
The book ugly. The book ugly.
Oh,
it's not for me though. I can say that.
Nah. Sympathetic villain, my ass. No, screw that. screw that. And I think that's another character that they been trying to make happen. Like, I know she kind of does happen, but they've been trying to make her comic books happen a lot, and I'm just like, most people don't buy Harley Quinn comic books. I'm just gonna tell y'all that. I've been to comic books. I've seen Harley Quinn books. Yeah. They don't go nowhere. The only ones that go somewhere is when they do a variant, and that's barely. They do a variant. Or if she has like Power Girl with her in a comic book cover, that's about it. But or she's kissing Poison Ivy. Other than that, they don't really. Those books don't really move like they claim they do. It is what it is. I was like, why add Yara Flor to Wonder Woman fan? DC doesn't even use her now. Why add another member from them to ignore? Also, why do people like her? That's because she's hot. I tell you what. I mean, yeah, that's basically why people like Yara Flor, because she looks good. I mean, hell, Kate had a video about what we could.
Yeah, today, yesterday, technically, since it's like midnight now.
I mean, Super Straight, you can check out DazzlingKate's video about it, because she explained perfectly what we could do with Yara Floyd, because now
it doesn't make sense for her to be older than Cassie, because it makes no damn sense. Why are you calling yourself younger Wonder Girl if you're like 3 years older than the other one? It makes me annoyed. You can hear me more ramble about that in my video.
Have you been keeping up with Wonder Girl? And if y'all been keeping up with Wonder Girl, I read issue 3, and I'm just like, it ain't going nowhere.
Yeah,
I read it. I didn't hate it, but I was like, yeah, it does. I don't really see where it goes beyond this. They didn't really leave themselves any potential room for anything.
I mean, is it me, or does the book feel like it's writing for a CW show?
It feels like it's writing for a CW show. That's about it.
Yeah,
that.
I mean, there's no
fighting at all. It's like, just full of more filler that we don't really need for the book. People buy these books to, see the action or dynamics between other characters, but this is just like, let's just take another long book or two before we actually have her do anything cool. We'll just do this. And it's just like, no, explain the origin either later or in one book, because nobody's going to pick up your book unless they like the character. And they're not giving us enough time to develop anything with Yara. It's just like, oh, look at all this shit going on. I came here for black fights and monster fights and junk. Where's that? Please explain.
She still ain't getting none of that. And where's the costume at? We got about 500 different variant covers. Where's the costume in the actual book? You hear that? Crickets, because they know it's nowhere to be found.
Mm-mm.
And that's sad. Like, what? I think the book is on issue number 6, I believe. I don't even know. I don't care. All I know is issue number 3. She still ain't in the costume.
Yeah.
What we do?
Black Queen. Where did you hear that from? She already has her own series going on. Why does she need? Like, do you mean TV series? Because right now she already has a series. So.
Nah. So wait. So what we gonna do? Cancel Yara Floor just to relaunch her again? Man, come on, get out of here. Matter of fact, let me check. Let me check. Now that y'all said that Yara Floor knew damn the hell you damn say. I wish the fuck they would.
Oh man, things are just gonna get better like after Thanksgiving. We're all just stuffed up and like, yeah, we're fine now. Let's talk about
Yeah.
yesterday was great and not how we're gonna have to suffer for the rest of the next several weeks until Christmas. That kind of thing.
It's gonna be great until the holiday specials come out.
Oh
yeah.
Super pumped.
Mhm.
Let's see. I don't see anything thingy. Tell me how in the world I talk about y'all. I'm typing Yara Floyd, and the first thing that comes up is the story of how Superman came out as bisexual. It makes perfect sense.
Oh yeah, well, totally makes sense.
Sure it does.
I mean, unless you're gonna tell me that Yara Flor is actually John Kent just in disguise and man, how does that make sense?
That shit reminds me. Tom Taylor did an interview with, I believe it was the Washington Post, about sexual Superman, where he said that they never went out there to attend to make a Superman that was bisexual. And I'm like, yes, you did. You purposely did do that. What are you talking about? Is you smoking the crack? Whatever you smoking, let me get some of that. Because he's sitting up there lying. They did go out there on purpose to purposely make a Superman gay. They wanted to put LGBT in front of Superman, because if you really wanted people to know it was John Kent, you would have started off with John Kent. But no, what the news articles been? Superman finally comes out the closet after 80 years. What? What? No, he's not. It's John Kent's bitch ass.
Oh wow, you guys are really communicative tonight. Tonight technically. So it's really nice to see that.
Yeah. Fire from Fire and Ice, DC, Brazil. First off, that's another thing that I was confused about. How the hell are they gonna ignore Ice for a Ice themed comic book in DC?
It's really stupid that they went and did that, and I'm just like, the first character that comes to my mind when tis the season to be freezing is Ice. Come on, Ice needs to get into either another crime fighting situation, or we can do something Christmassy and joyful with her and Guy Gardner. Come on, make it happen, DC, make it happen. Let those two get together or something. Make it big.
I mean, especially since they're going to be bringing back Guy Gardner in the Green Lantern show. Like, you might as well.
Oh yeah, I forgot Ice and Guy Gardner. For some reason that shit worked. I don't know why it worked, but it worked.
It was cute.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I mean, it worked. I I had no problem with it, but it just was like, really, Ice, girl, you can do better. You can do better. You can always do better. But and you know what? Get this. Tom Taylor said this little thing with Washington Post. He said the guy asked him. He said, "Wait, hold on. So LGBT superheroes are nothing new at the big two companies, DC and Marvel comic books." At DC, Alan Scott, the original Green Lantern, came out in 2012. In August, Tim Drake, the Robin of the 1990s, the third Robin or the fourth Boy Wonder, to fight alongside Batman, was revealed to be bisexual. Aquaman's ally Jackson Hyde is gay. Harley Quinn is perhaps DC's most popular character right now. Has love for Joker and Poison Ivy. Marvel LGBT characters include America Chavez, Wiccan, and X-Men member Iceman and North Star, but none of them are Superman. That is what Tom Taylor replied back. He said, but the problem is none of them are Superman, part of the DC elite trinity of superheroes along with Batman and Wonder Woman. But John Kent's not part of the trinity.
Yeah, he really isn't. I was about to say she, and I'm like, wait, no, this is boy we're talking about.
And then Tom also say, just as DC's straight superheroes aren't defined by their sexuality, Taylor said that he wants to make the same courteous to DC's new Superman, which is why John and Jay kiss in the 5th issue, not when the series debuted in July. What are you talking about? That is exactly what you didn't want. You didn't want them to be. You did define him by his sexuality by making a big deal about it. What are we talking about?
If they didn't make a big deal about it, then people wouldn't be turning their heads and giving them attention. But now it's like, okay, maybe if you just treated them like, human beings and not this, oh, look, it's the exhibit of the gays or the bis or oh, there's a black and Asian dude making out. That kind of thing. It's just weird. It's like,
Yeah.
Don't make them into something they aren't, which is, attractions.
He also said that he wanted to establish John Kent as Superman first, and he didn't want to create a narrative to be DC comic books create new bisexual Superman. I wanted it to be later, be a Superman who comes out because that is much more powerful. The next issue is going to be something about it. The kiss is something that just happens. Plus, this Superman is not just a champion for LGBT causes. Early issues have included his activism on climate change and immigration. You know what? Oh my God, I could just walk away from my own phone. I could just walk.
We could just end it here, just so we don't get anybody asking for any more. I'm gonna have a hard time sleeping.
I mean, did you just hear what the hell he just said? He said the most dumbest stuff ever.
Everything that you just said because Tom Taylor said it. So.
I mean, yeah, but you see, but they swear they're not pandering though. Every day they swear they're not pandering, and I'm just like,
yeah, they are.
Do you not hear what you said?
If they weren't pandering, then I would have $1 million in my bank account right now.
Yeah.
I'm trying to tell you, we will all be rich from reading this damn garbage of a book series that we've been reading. Been reading nothing, and I bet you issue number 6 ain't gonna do nothing. Matter of fact, I'm gonna read issue 6 of Superman, Son of Kal-El, and I'm gonna see. I'm gonna be like, he better deliver something.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not gonna go anywhere.
Something. Or I'm going in. I'm going in on him. But yeah. Okay, guys. So we're wrapping it up. I guess we'll see you guys next week, and we'll talk about our lame ass Thanksgiving plans. I'll miss him. But yeah, guys, thank you for sticking by us through our 4-hour and 30-minute.
Oh wow! Really 5-hour.
Cheers to that.
I'm trying to tell you. Cheers to that. I'm getting my choky hand ready. Okay, Blue Wind. You do that. But yes, thank you guys for sticking by us. And remember, everybody's links in the description. You can follow all of us at our private social media sites, and we'll catch you guys later. Peace out, everyone. Woo. All right.